Doi, doi, doi. Hei.
Gabriel, Gabriel, Gabriel. Merge, da? Casca 2, casca 2, casca 2. Bun.
Buona divinanza, guten tag, and welcome to the last day of this ECA European Cup. We're down to the second semi-final. We've got the hosts, Romania, over here, captained by Vlasiei. He's going to be tossing the coin. Austria are the other people to qualify for the second semi-final. Akib Javid is their captain. He'll be calling. Imran Haider is the third umpire for this match, and he'll be, first of all, sharing the team sheets with the two captains so they know who their opposition players are and they can even check their own teams are correct. Imran has also got the official Romania Cricket Federation coin, which he will be passing to Vlasiei. Vas, if you'd like to give that a nice high toss. I keep to call. Heads is the call. Lands somewhere near the bowling crease. It is a tail. Vlasiei, come and join me, please. Oh, very nice going around the back, very polite. So, I didn't overhear that too well. What is it that you've decided to do this morning?
We'll bowl first.
Thoughts behind that?
We don't know how the pitch will behave because it's wet, so that's why we just want to chase it.
And when you say wet, you're referring more to the dew because I don't believe we've had any overnight rain, is that right?
It's not rain, but there was some wrinkles there. They put the water there outside, so that's why it's a little wet.
Do you think the ball's going to get wet more on the pitch or on the outfield?
I think outfield more.
So do you think the outfield will speed up for the second innings?
I hope so.
Okay. So that's probably the most important part of the decision. You're hoping for a quicker outfield in the second innings. Any team news from you?
No, same team we are going through.
Same team as your last group match?
Yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck this morning, and maybe we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Akib, come and join us. So you've been asked to bat first. We're starting an hour earlier than scheduled because of various other logistical matters. Do you think there's any problem with the outfield for getting the ball away early on this morning?
I think, yeah, it's a little bit wet, so we wanted to bowl first, but I don't mind batting first, so we're going to make the best out of it and hopefully score a decent total, and hopefully in the second innings we're going to defend it.
You finished third in the group. You're the top ranked team here. Slightly, I know everyone finished on the same number of points. Are you slightly disappointed to have finished third on net run rate?
Yeah, obviously disappointing losing against France, but it's a new day, so we're going to make the best out of the new day and hopefully put a great performance and hopefully win the game and play the final against France then.
Same question to you. Any team changes?
It's the same team like in the group stage.
Okay, good consistency. Well, I wish you the best of luck as well. And news from the toss then that the hosts Romania have elected to field. Anytime you want to bring me a dancing lady, just let me know. Maybe we can ask Carol to sing. No, dancing lady. His hair's not that long. Well, I have now seen his profile photo on WhatsApp. I thought it was super modern.
stump. थोड़ा पीछे चाहिए क्या? Middle. That's middle. ऊपर. Copy. रमेश भाई. Two steps up. Abia. Two steps up. बढ़िया मोदी भाई. Yeah, okay. Ivan कर माता दिया को.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome once more to the Moara of Vlasiei cricket ground. We're all set for this second semi-final of the ECA European Cup. This one taking place between hosts Romania and Austria, who finished third in the group stages of this tournament. France waiting in the final, having comprehensively defeated Turkey in the first semi-final. We've got Mohamed Irfan ready to open the bowling for Romania from the forest end, and the first ball is a wide outside the off stump. Karanbir facing up to the second ball, first legal ball of the semi-final. Immediately gets off the mark, running it down to third man. Irfan Hussein Rinku, the man, as he has often been during this tournament, charged with the task of opening from the forest end. Bowling with long leg out and a wide third. Other seven men, of course, in the circle, and that is deftly played over the top of the keeper. An uppercut runs just to our right and away for four, first boundary of this semi-final. First ball received by Bilal Zalmai, man who's floated between opening and number 3 in the last couple of matches. Very deftly played. Used the pace and bounce just to guide it over the keeper. Good start for Austria. Wide ball signalled. So slightly untidy start from Romania, the hosts. Only 2 legal balls bowled so far, 7 already on the board. Just nudged off the hip for a single. Glorious morning at the Moara of Vlasiei ground. We're around about 3/4 of an hour outside the national capital of Bucharest. Lovely breeze to keep things fresh. Rinku cramps striker for room. Karanbir plays that rather uncomfortably and just checks that the ball doesn't roll back onto stumps, just blocking its further progress. So a little bit more discipline in the last couple of balls from the hosts Romania. Lovely mix of blue sky and a little bit of haze, white haze. Short, not capitalised upon. Rinku looking to close out the over, and that's another uppercut. There is third back there. He manages to get two hands on it, but there's too much on the ball, and he ends up parrying it over the boundary for 6 to finish the first over. A good start for Austria, 14 for no loss. And as so often happens, those couple of wide balls, how often do we see it when an extra ball has to be bowled? There's a boundary off the last ball. That's exactly what happened in the end, being parried over for 6. Would have gone for 6 without the assistance of the fielder anyway. So that is the score at the end of the first over. My name's Andrew Elliott, and I'm hoping to be with you for the day. And without the use of teleprompters or graphics, it gives me great pleasure to welcome my colleague to the commentary area, Mr. Atif Mahmood Shujul. And last day, Atif, hope that you're well, and hopefully my pronunciation of your name continues to improve.
Thank you, Andrew. But it's Asif, not Atif.
Did I say Atif?
Yeah, you did.
In my mind, I was saying Asif. Manmeet Kohli is the opening bowler from the pavilion end. Starts by conceding a single. A rhythmic run up and action, and that's studiously left. Perhaps more on length than on line. Appeared to go somewhere near the off stump, but over it. And that's another offside wide. It's become an early feature, this Romania innings. Mentioned the dew after the toss. It's just possible that the bowlers aren't getting a firm footing on this artificial mat. So the consideration of Vlasiei, the Romania captain, was that the outfield will be slower because of the dew, but perhaps the flip side of that is the bowlers can't quite get the footing. Goes down the pitch, over to our left, over long off, onto the tarpaulin for 6 runs. So this is a sprightly start from Austria, making the early running in this second semi-final. Already halfway through the second over, they are into the 20s at 23 for no loss.
So far, a very good start for Austria. 23 so far, the 1.3 over.
Shorter, tucked off the hip. Shy at the direct hit. Romania captain Vlasiei successfully backing up.
So far, it's ordinary bowling from Romania. Not the start that they would have wanted.
That's very wide. Have a look on the replay. We were watching the live action, but judging by the movement of the keeper, that was a long way wide. Umpire Imran Heda confirming that to the scorers. Won't get a replay on this occasion.
This time Karanveer tries to go over the leg side, over targeting the deep mid wicket and square leg boundary, but beaten by the bounce. Went over his bat in this case. Possible last ball of the over coming up.
Back and across, showing the ball some respect. So a quiet end to the over takes the Austrians to 25 for 0 off 2.
So far, a decent start for Austria. They would like to dominate this power play as much as possible, and it seems like so far they're doing great according to their plans.
Can you hear yourself? Can you hear me? Is it the same as yesterday?
Yeah.
I can't hear either as well in the headphones. I've asked someone for production to come in. Third over starts with a single. Okay. Just having a few technical issues with the audio, so hope that wherever you're watching from, you're hearing us loud and clear. Just rather chaotic start. Things are starting to look a little bit more controlled from the Romanian point of view. Ben's is back on that one.
And this time he has been bowled. What a comeback over it's turning out to be for Irfan Hossain Rinku. And the batsman had no chance whatsoever, and he has to walk back. And the first wicket for the Austrians fell on 26.
Feedback. Loud appeal for LBW. Probably too high, going over the top of the stumps. Apologies for some commentary silence. We're just getting some technical issues sorted out, and hopefully you're hearing us loud and clear. I'm told you were hearing us all along, but we weren't quite so convinced. So as we approach the end of this third over, Austria 26 for 1. Zishan Arif, the man who yet to announce. Strong appeal for his first ball, looking to round out the over. And slightly tentative footwork from Zishan Arif. So altogether a much better over for Romania. Just 1 run coming off that one. And Austria are 26 for 1.
Yes, indeed. So far it's a very good start for both of the teams, I would say, after the last over bowled by Irfan Hussain. And looks like it's a quite decent start turning out to be for both of the teams. But in comes Manmeet Kohli for his second over. And he is up against Bilal Zalmai, who's on 14 of the 6 deliveries that he faced.
Yeah, he's been the man put the impetus in this innings, and nevertheless he allows himself a leave just to get used to conditions. It was a good length ball. Perhaps he thought it was going to be a wide, but clearly inside those guidelines that you can see painted in white.
As we can see in the replay, it was a lovely ball.
Fuller clipped. No one in that area during this power play. Looks like the dew has held that up considerably. Most other times in the tournament that would have run away for 4. So maybe Vlasiei at the toss was onto something. Having said that, 3 were taken, so he's only saved 1 run.
Well, every run matters when you are playing a semi-final. It's a game of small margins, and every run counts. And this time, good commitment shown by Irfan for the fielder. He just bowled an over. The last over was bowled by Irfan.
Kohli again. Short of a length, but mistimed. It's the bottom half Zishan Arif bat. Just going back to Manmeet Kohli, he's a mainstay of this Romania lineup, often opening the bowling. However, they had a squad of 25 for this tournament. That's the benefit of being the locals, and because of that, he hasn't actually played since the first day. Now back into the semi-final. So this isn't the first time that I've been told at the toss that teams are unchanged, and we find out that someone's come into the team who hasn't played since Saturday, on the first day of this tournament, and now we find ourselves on the last day. Can you explain that one, Schedule?
That's the advantage of being the host team, as you get to get more players, the local players.
It's leg side wide and not collected by the keeper. Bilal Zalmai makes it about a third of the way down the pitch. He's sent back. I was talking more in terms of the captain in his mind having an unchanged team, when in fact he's got an opening bowler who hasn't played since Saturday. So it's I don't know whether because maybe he's got his first choice team out today. Maybe in his mind he was unchanged because he's got the team he wanted.
Maybe, maybe not.
Very solidly hit. Catch is being claimed. Striker doesn't like it. He's been given out by the umpire at the bowler's end, Imran Haider. He was waiting for confirmation. It was cleanly struck, very low. I was waiting for the ball to speed away to the boundary. And you can see on that replay, legal catch, very good catch indeed. It was Avishka Iroshan Chandrasiri Mapa Mudian Seliga. Now you're a local man. What names is he? Is he known by about 2 of those names? Which names should we be using?
Just the one which one is easy to pronounce. And
Shall I go Avishka Mappa? Would that be
yes,
probably?
That's perfect. You can call also Avishka if you want.
Yeah.
We call him Avishka.
Yeah, but I'm not on first name
pronounce.
terms with him. You know, I feel I need to use at least 2 names. But it was a splendid catch because it wasn't just the athleticism getting low; it's the speed it was coming to him at, and very impressively taken. Brings Shadnan Khan to the crease, and the other effect that it will have to Romania's benefit is having 2 men on 0. So after a loose and chaotic start, Romania just beginning to turn the screw. Edged. As you could all see, just a single to third. So Shadman is the first of these 2 to get off the mark. Zishan Arif faced 3 dot balls so far. Kohli rounds out the over with a technical chance. That was a caught and bowled chance. In fact, it was very well struck. And had Kohli not got a hand on it, I think that Taran here out in front of us at long off would have struggled to get round to it, but he didn't need to. Because the hand that Kohli got on that probably prevented 3 runs from being scored. So after 4 overs, Austria now 34 for 2, and it's rather more evenly pitched this match now.
Definitely, and you're talking about changes, and the wicketkeeper Aryan, he's keeping for the first time in this tournament. So the first choice wicketkeeper might not be available for this match.
Down the leg side, and just to our right, put away, and Mohammad Nazmus Saqib cannot stop that. Leg byes signalled. So good pace. I thought initially with the speed it was coming down that it'd come off the bat, but Zishan Arif has clearly got good pads. So that sped away.
Yeah, it was a lucky boundary for Zishan Arif. Not for Zishan Arif, for Austria. And left.
Not sure why Zishan Arif wasn't ready there. He seemed to, maybe he's got something in his eye. He's just taken his glove off to deal with something. I thought initially he was waving at something behind the bowler's arm, but can't see anything untoward there. Yeah, he's now even enlisting the help of his batting partner to deal with whatever. Can we still say foreign object? I'm not sure we can still say that these days. Some unwanted visitor, shall we say, has got into his eye.
We'll get to know soon when he comes back to the pavilion after the match. Irfan Hussain Rinku. He was expensive in the first over, but came back strongly in the second over. Picked up a valuable wicket.
Quick single taken. Eventually getting play underway.
Seems like it's the Romanian fielders are quite agile in the field at the moment, more relaxed, because it seems like they're now controlling the game at the moment.
Through the offside, 4 runs. Efficiently dealt with.
Talking about control, and looks like Shadnan Khan is trying to get the control back to him. Lovely shot through the covers for a boundary.
So the Austria scoreline just beginning to tick again. Back now up towards 10 per over. Something that if they maintain will be well over par for this tournament. To match 12 of 13 in this European Cup. And a shorter ball, rather awkwardly, I think. A little bit of bat taken on the body. So I think bottom edge into the sort of groin area, somewhere like that, and it's giving it a rub at the moment, Shadnan Khan. That was Irfan Rinku managed to find a way of thanking Shadnan Khan for spanking away for a boundary next ball. Managed to show his gratitude. And that's rather inelegantly hauled away. Probably should have taken a single with the fielder on the ground, but decided not to. One legal ball remaining in this fifth over. Very difficult to say who's in the ascendancy at the moment. Romania will point to the 2 wickets they've taken in the first 5 overs. Rinku manages to get Zishan Arif into a really uncomfortable position, and after due consideration given out by umpire Asad Ali. So that, I would think, at the end of 5 overs, swings matters into Romania's favour, as the scoreline finds itself at 44 for 3.
Yeah, good piece of bowling from Irfan Hussain Rinku. A back of length delivery. It might have hurried on to the batsman. He didn't get enough time to manipulate his shot.
Yes, he seemed to, not to wish to sound impolite, get shuffled across, then tried to shovel it into the leg side and playing right across the line, and of course it makes no difference, but there are some that say that does encourage the umpire to go in the bowler's favour when they see someone trying to shovel it across the line, having got in front of their stumps.
Yes, indeed, when you get hit like this in front of the stump on the back foot, it's a very less amount of chance of surviving, and that is what happened. And in comes Manmeet Kohli for his third over of the match and the last over before the first power play.
Well, it's Akib Iqbal, Austria captain, who's come in, but he's at the non-striker's end as Shadnan Khan faces up.
Down the leg side, and it will be called a wide by umpire Said Suleiman, a visiting umpire from Italy. It's coming in. Good delivery, just went past the edge of the batsman.
Just speaking about Suleiman Said as I know him, being from Italy, and some credit to the organisers of this European Cup, because barring 2020 World Cups, all local tournaments at the highest level, bilateral tournaments, they're always umpired by men from the home board.
And this time he has to walk back. What a delivery from Manmeet Kohli. It was full, it was straight. The batsman tries to go over mid-wicket, but missing it completely. What do you say? He might have got an inside edge on that?
Yeah, I thought I detected something. I detected a little noise. I think it was heading for the stumps anyway. But it was, again, that's twice in 2 legal deliveries that an Austrian batter has sort of looked to shovel the ball across the line. And after a very loose start from Romania, they find their opposition on 45 for 4. Big advantage to Romania at the moment.
Yeah, definitely we can see in the replay. It was full, it was straight. It was a nothing shot offered from the batsman. When your team is in 3 wickets down into the power play, you cannot play shots like that.
Well, he did, and he paid the price. And looking at that replay, I think I could see daylight between bat and ball, so straight onto the outside half of leg stump, and that's good enough. And as you mentioned, 4 wickets in the power play. There are stats about 3 wickets in the power play, being a losing start. Well, they're one worse than that now, Austria.
And again, on the stumps, but this time Bashir Khan did manage to get some bat on it, and it will be a dot. So at the moment, Romania are dominating the play. And you can see the tension, the energy going through the players in the ground. Guide away to the deep third man fielder for a single, and that brings back Aqib Iqbal.
It's an old cliche, but the captain's innings is required to get Austria out of this tricky situation. Of course, there's plenty of time. We're not even yet out of the power play. But the trouble is, only 6 wickets in hand. So a little bit of cat and mouse in prospect.
Back of line delivery from Manmeet Kohli.
So heading back to the subject of umpires. So quite often at the top level of the test nations, when they're playing 2020 internationals, they'll have home umpires. For this European Cup, we've had, to the best of my knowledge, 4 umpires, 3 of them visiting, just Imran Haider, the local man.
Another good delivery from Manmeet Kohli. And a dot to finish off the over. After 6 overs, Austria are on 46 for 4. A very good effective power play, I would say, for Romania.
No question, that power play belongs to the hosts. By the way, if you noticed, I've changed my pronunciation of Imran Haider today. It's because he was out there at tosses in his role as 3rd umpire. And I asked him best, because I'd heard Haider and I'd heard Haider, and he said, well, actually, where he grew up, which I believe is Pakistan, correct me if I'm wrong, actually the local pronunciation is Haider, so I thought, well, I'll go with that. If that's how you grew up, I'm not going to Europeanize it or Anglicize it. We'll just go with what you called it back at home. Respect his origins.
We'll come back to you. But looks like it's Ramiz Khan who is replacing Irfan Hossain Rinku from the Forest End. And he's up against Bashir Khan. And at the moment, Austria are in a lot of trouble, I guess. Because of 4 wickets down, we are on to the 7th over of the innings. So wide, too wide from the bowler. The batsman tries to cut it, but it's given wide from the umpire.
Just keep our eye on Ramiz Khan here. He's another man I'd say is in the meandering run-up category. I wouldn't say that every part of him is going directly at the striker during his run-up. If we look here, this is the first time I've had the privilege of commentating on Romania in this tournament, and you see different things when you're underneath the gazebo. And can you spot that they're not quite straight lines heading towards the striker during the run-up? Can you spot that with your coach's eye?
Coming after the delivery. Pushed into the gap, chance of a run out and the non-striker end. But safely home in the end. You know, different players have different strategies, different tactics, and different method of playing the game. So I think it's not straight, but if it works for him, it's good.
Well, thanks to our production team for actually showing somewhere near our perspective as actually just keeping the camera on him running in just until the delivery stride. So all credit to the production team for showing us that. Yes, you can't argue against physics, and the more you've got straight lines going towards the striker, the better for the momentum for the bowler. But what he does is compensate with strong shoulders and a snappy action. And at the moment, barring the first ball wide, it's bearing dividends. He's only given away a single. Other than that, 2 runs conceded, therefore, off his first 4 balls, and this is a good start to the non-power play overs for Romania.
But what a comeback so far from Romania after getting hit for plenty in the first over. And I'll come back. And again, guided into the deep third man boundary for a single. So as I was saying, what a comeback from Romania. And it's the mindset, it's the intent, and I think the credit goes to the Romanian coach Hitsu Vachani. He is working hard with these lads and trying to make them better day by day. Hit on the pads, quite high.
Yeah, 2 noises as well, so I'm fairly clear inside edge on that.
And that completes the over. After 7, Austria are on 49 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, so the run rate's no problem at all for Austria. It's not that column that's the issue. It's the early wickets that they've lost. What it means is they haven't got that platform to launch, so they'll probably, you would think, need to do maybe half a dozen overs of rebuilding. Just try and knock the ball around, rotate the strike, take the occasional boundary if the ball's right for it, if the ball's loose. And we're going to see the captain Vlasiei have a bowl. He didn't bowl in their last match. In fact, from memory, he didn't bat either. So, in old-fashioned terms, we used to say he did a Brearley. He was purely there for his captaincy skills and got them across the line in that match. But we're now going to see his medium pace from the pavilion end. Looking ever more the respected elder statesman in this match, with the grey flecks now visible from beyond the boundary. Very elegant having, I remember when I used to have grey flecks. Very elegant.
Start off with a good delivery, but it's driven towards the long on boundary for a single. But speaking about the coach of the national team, I haven't got any opportunity to have a session with Mr. Hitsu Vachani, but the boys loves him a lot, and he is working very, very hard for this team. And you can see the result in the ground also. And again, push towards cover. Taranjit Singh from long off will cut it off. Will just be a single.
I do hope that the national coach has never sent you a text saying he's got 100 better, more important things to do than to give you a one-to-one coaching session. Hopefully that conversation has never taken place.
No, never, never. And again, driven straight to the bowler, Mr. Vlasiei. But he's a very friendly guy. I met him twice in the ground, and he's a very friendly man, and he always likes to get around with new peoples, share his experience. And push towards cover. Dot ball, but he is maybe working with the women's IPL team in India.
And which team is that?
I think it's
Have I caught you on the hop? So apologies.
Bangalore, I guess.
Bengaluru.
Yeah, Bangalore. Yeah,
Bengaluru.
you're right.
And so remind our viewers of his name and presuming he is Indian. How long has he been working with Romania? Just give us a bit more of that background.
It's been quite a while that he's working with the Romanian national side. I don't know the exact number, but it's been a while. Walked away on the leg side towards the short mid-wicket region for a single. And that completes the over. After 8, Austria are on 53 for 4.
So he's been with Romania for at least a year. I presume that's on some type of retainer basis. He doesn't work with Romania all year round. He works more around events like this, presumably, that he's flown, and he's based in India. Is that right?
Yes, I guess so.
And working, as you say, with Bengaluru in the women's IPL. And he's probably worked with Ramiz Khan and decided that this rather idiosyncratic run-up works for him, and he's just going to let Ramiz Khan's strong shoulders do the work, because he's not getting much from the run-up.
Once again driven squarely towards the deep extra cover fielder for single. But talking about the run-up, it's not going to gather not enough pace, not enough bounce from the wicket, because he's as you can see, he's slowing down at the point of delivery. You have to come in.
I'm just taking a careful look at his, not just the action, but I think about 3 or 4 paces after he releases the ball, I think his follow-through is quicker than the last 3 or 4 paces of his run-up. That shows you how much effort he's putting in the delivery stride with those powerful shoulders. They almost knock him off his feet. You take a close look at this one. Did you spot that one?
Absolutely. I think you're right.
He's almost trying to catch up with his shoulders as they fall away forwards into the offside when he's bowling to the right-hander. But it's an entertaining action to watch, and having conceded 6 runs off an over and a half, he will point to the fact that he's doing his job.
Down the leg side, notched away towards the deep fine leg, and Taimur Mirza is over there.
I think they should have got 2 there, because fielder had a long way to come round from long leg running round finer. And I feel they were never really interested in more than 1, and they just kind of jogged it. And I think they should definitely have been pushing, at least putting pressure on the fielder by running the first one quickly.
Ramiz Khan. Thick outside edge, and he has to walk back. So the 5th wicket falls for the Austrian team, and looks like they are in a lot of trouble. And as you can see from Ramiz Khan, it was well outside the off stump, trying to guide it into the offside for a single, but in the process he only managed to get an edge towards the keeper, MD Aryan, who's keeping for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, so he's off the mark in terms of catches. Yeah, it was a very faint edge. It certainly wasn't audible from where we are, either either in real time or through our effects earphones, but the appeal was confident and it was fairly quickly upheld by umpire Asad Ali. So 5 wickets down before drinks, not good signs for Austria, but there's plenty of time for things to change.
Well, Ramesh Khan, I think if he keeps the wicket like this, don't worry about your run-up. Just keep doing what you're doing at the moment.
He's not keeping wicket, he's bowling. I think you got confused between your bowler and keeper there.
Well, I mean to say, as he's getting wickets at the moment, so keep doing what you're doing. That completes the over. After 9, Austria are on 57 for 5. A very good over from Ramesh Khan. And that brings up Vlasiei from the other end, coming in to bowl his second over of the match. Given away only 4 runs the first over that he bowled. And he is up against Aqib Iqbal, captain versus captain. Punched towards the deep backward point boundary. Only be a single.
Romania will be hoping for an early drinks break during this over, because it'll probably mean that they've secured their 6th wicket of this Austrian innings.
Vlasiei. It's officially driven towards the long on for a single. So, been some quiet overs for Austria. Aqib Iqbal playing 13 delivery, and it was a low full toss, and it has been dispatched over the dugout of the Austrian team for a massive 6. It probably went to the lake, but not a good delivery from Vlasiei. It was a low full toss onto the stumps.
But it's so efficiently put away, you could hear the crack of the bat. As soon as that made contact, you knew that was going for 6. And over the bus shelter. And has been successfully retrieved, so that's good news. Didn't quite make it to the lake. Needs to take some lessons from Vaibhav Suryavanshi. We mentioned yesterday he might be a candidate in the years to come to be the first man on this ground to clear the lake. Left-hander, of course, you'd feel it'd have to be from the forest end.
Maybe he might be the first one to send it to the forest also. Stayed a bit low this time. Pushed to the fielder.
Yeah, back on a line and length. There's a bit of an aberration from Vlasiei, suddenly unleashing that low full toss, which was gleefully received by Austria's captain.
This time past the outside edge. So it's going to be a good battle between Aqib Iqbal and Vlasiei. 2 captains for captaining their respective countries. And again, driven towards Taranjit Singh, fielding in the boundary line at long off for a single to finish off the 10th, and Austria are on 66 for 5.
Yeah, so despite that 6, Vlasiei only conceding 9 from the over. The enormous 6 over the dugout, the bus shelter. So first half belonging to Romania in this vital 2nd semi-final. We'll be back for the second half of this innings in a couple of minutes. ready for the restart. Change of bowling. First bowl today for Mohamed Nazmus Sakir. Someone I don't believe I've seen bowl before. Bowling left arm through. Diminutive man. Bowling the 11th over from the Forest End. You're watching coverage of the ECA European Cup second semi-final. As Sakib concedes his first run off his third ball. Hosts Romania against Austria, playing for the honour of going up against France in this afternoon's final. Coverage being brought to you from the Moara of Vlasiei cricket ground near Bucharest, Romania. As there's an appeal for LBW, certainly wasn't going over. Not many will go over from a man of this stature. This 12th match of 13 to bring us to this stage. As we're seeing Sakib rattle through his over. Very short run up, gets back quickly to his mark. Only 2 runs off 5 balls so far. This rebuilding process from Austria. Bowling in long sleeves. Quite a traditional slow left arm action. But it's been a successful introduction into the attack for Mohamed Nazmus Sakib. He concedes just 3 runs from the 11th over at 69 for 5. My name's Andrew Elliott, bringing you commentary throughout this match and the final, and indeed yesterday's semi-final, where France comprehensively beat Turkey to reach this afternoon's final. Asif Mahmoud Shojul is my fellow commentator, and is going to keep me practicing his name right to the end. Hopefully there's some improvement on the graph. Shojul, are you well still?
Yes, I'm never been better. And looks like you have spelled it perfectly at this time.
Spelt it?
Yeah.
I didn't write anything down. I left my notepad at the complex today, so I'm going off pieces of paper, and thankfully I brought my clipboard, so I'm going completely from memory on your name now. I haven't got it written down anymore. It's Tarindu, who also bought his first ball of this match. It is rather mistimed off somewhere up towards the splice, and man who's relatively new to the crease. Correction, that was the Captain Akib Iqbal. It's Kumud Jar who now faces up. Tarindu Hetwage just lands that quite nicely. Certainly made their bowling changes since the power play ended.
Dusra, I think, or the back of the hand from Tarindu.
That's lofted square. There's a little bit of a fumble. For some reason, Kumujar was just standing watching the shots. And only once he fumbled that he started running. So I really don't know what he was expecting to happen, whether he was expecting a misfield for 4, but it was quite strange. He was just standing watching the results of his shot. And really, with the fumble, they probably should have got 2.
What was then a boundary he was expecting over there? But you need to run the first one hard. We have seen the French batsmen taking so many doubles in this ground.
Yeah, it's almost as if Kumujar thought that he knew something that we didn't when he saw who was the identity of the deep square leg fielder, but there was only the fumble. It wasn't enough of a fumble to let it go for 4. So that was rather a curious piece of cricket, and this last ball of the over is cut uppishly and fatally to the backward points, and that is the end of Austria's captain Akib Iqbal. He is dismissed by Turinder Haragi for 16, and it's 71 for 6.
Indeed, what a start and what an over from Turinder, as you can see. Was a flatter ball outside off stump and went straight to Manmeet Kohli. The fielder has a very safe pair of hands, and a wicket to finish off the 12th over. And Austria are in a very cautious position at the moment.
It's Akshay time. The left-handed bowling all-rounder, the man who took 5 wickets in an innings 2 days ago, comes in with his nation in a perilous state at 71 for 6. Reminder, they came into this tournament as favourites based on their world ranking. Ended up finishing 3rd in the group. Skurmajar this time does set off for a single straight away rather than admire his work. We'll bring the new man onto strike with a job to do. His heroics played their part in getting Austria to this semi-final with that fifer. So you can see that run rate is now just slipped below 6. He was up at the start, 26 from memory off the first 2 overs, and with the wickets falling, just slowly just drop down and down and down, and that dot ball won't help. But because of the position they're in, 4 wickets, 4 partnerships to cover the last 8 overs, the risk management has got to be on the cautious side. Saqib, even though this is a good example, that was quite short, and you can imagine with a solid platform they might have tried a cross-bat punch, pull or something like that, but it's a risky shot at this stage when you're 6 down in the 13th over. So going for the more prudent shot selection. This time there's a full toss. They have to be put away, and unfortunately actually hasn't timed that one, although the fumble will allow the second run out to the sweeper on the leg side.
Well, it's never easy for a left-handed bowler to bowl a left-handed batsman, but looks like Shakib at the moment doing pretty well. And do you see any flair of Shakib Al Hasan in him?
No. No, I think Shakib Al Hasan stands a lot more upright in the crease. He's not a tall man, Shakib Al Hasan, but he's taller than this Shakib. But still, it's a fairly orthodox action, and it's good enough to go through the defences of Akshay Walk. So it just goes to show, even though he was playing that with an entirely defensive mindset, it still crept through, and it's another wicket. Well, 1 wicket doesn't make him Shakib Al Hasan.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But you know, these players have their own idols and all. They follow the big names of world cricket. And Shakib Al Hasan is one of the big names in the world cricket. And still, he's playing all around the world in franchise leagues.
Lives in the United States, I understand, which was maybe not quite what you'd expect from someone who is technically still an international cricketer, although you were saying yesterday's under suspension. New man in is Waka Zalmai, batting at number 9. And in, not facing, as that was the last ball of the over. And there's a wicket again. We're on a team hat-trick. There's a stumping. Kumbujar can't quite believe it. He seems to be surveying the geometry. I suggest for his well-being he leaves the crease fairly promptly. He's now turning around and looking at the umpire. This is not what we want to see. Decision's been given. Please leave the ground. Let's take a look here. See the foot lifts, he drags. Well, that looks out to me. From that angle, we couldn't actually see the crease, but we did see the drag out. And he's taking a long time to leave the ground, and I don't like to see this. He's yet to leave the 30-yard circle. And third umpire's just coming out, Imran Header. Probably a technical issue with one of the radios. That happened yesterday. But it does mean that Austria 8 down. And Irfan Safi, the number 10, will face up. This is going from bad to worse for Austria.
But this time, Tarindu was faster than the graphics. He picked up a wicket before the graphics came on his name. But good stumping, good hands from Aryan behind the wicket. Doesn't look like he's keeping for the first time in this tournament.
He is, though, because you told me so and I believe you. Deployed us cricket activities elsewhere and travelling for the first 2 days tournament, but very glad to be here for the last 4, as the team hat-trick at least is avoided, but only by dint of a flash and a miss for the new man Irfan Safi. Oh, that was so close to bowling. Bowling Safi off stump. He seemed to play inside the ball by a long way. That was my perspective from here, and it just turned back, but not quite enough to hit off stump. Very close. And almost nowhere to go for Austria. They haven't quite reached Turkey's score of 75 in the first semi-final yet, and I don't think anybody was predicting that. In my mind, I was predicting a close semi-final. At the moment, it's all going Romania's way. And that's something quite agricultural out to the leg side. Should only be a single, one-handed pickup. And an elegant bowling action in. So Waka Zalmai, despite having come in before Irfan Safi, will now face his first ball. I think that's 2 for 3. Our graphics are a little bit odd in that respect. But Tarindu, after 2 overs, has the rather splendid figures of 2 for 3. There you see them on our summary screen, the correct way round. And after 14 overs, Austria 74 for 8.
So far, it's I don't know how to say it. It's a very, very bad start, I would say, for Austria, because now they're falling apart, and you can see the players of Romania. They're all around them at the moment.
I'm going to keep my powder dry on the timings of today's matches. But I'm just going to put it out there that we started an hour earlier today, for reasons that will become clear later. And Austria now have at least reached the first innings score in the other semi-final, the one put up by Turkey, which proved to be inadequate as France cruised past their total. Tossed up by Saqib and tempted Waqar Zalmay to an extent, but toe-ended it into the ground, so another dot ball. This time he goes over the offside. There was a sweeper back there, but he managed I think the ball just spun on the second bounce, which happens so often when you get that sort of slicing shot through the offside, and he wasn't up to the task of intercepting it. So Austria do go past the Turkish score from yesterday, and a much needed and welcome boundary, a collector's item in recent overs. 79 for 8 halfway through the 15th over. This time it's a wide. Waqar Zalmay thought of having a dart at that, then realised the line of the ball meant he could just take the extra run and the extra ball. And rather more tentatively played on that occasion. So awkward footwork.
At the moment it's all about Romania, unless we have some heroic innings from both these batsmen.
Goes big over the top. There is a man at deep mid-wicket, straight as deep mid-wicket, catches it just inside the line. Looked promising for Austria as it left the bat, but it seems like that bat turned in the hand of Waqar Zalmay and ended up dragging it a bit wider than he intended, which meant it didn't go over long on, but went to a straightish mid-wicket. And in the end, comfortable catch just inside the boundary. So 9th wicket down, it's last chance saloon for Austria now. 80 for 9.
Well, he got the height, not the distance. And in the end, as you said, it's a very comfortable catch for, I think it was Taimur, down the boundary line.
Number 11 for Austria is Maiwand Momand. He's got one ball remaining of this 15th over to face, making sure that he takes guard. Here comes that last legal delivery, and he's caught in the crease. I suspect he was hit outside the line of off stump, and 15 overs are done. 1 wicket remaining for Romania to take. 80 for 9 off 15 overs, Austria.
Yeah, as you can see, it was a very sorry looking scorecard for Austria. Only 2 batsmen managed to go into the double digits, and in this inning so far, apart from the first over, it's all about Romania. And at the moment they're going deeper and deeper into trouble. 1 wicket left in this innings, and in comes Tarindu, and he's coming to bowl his 3rd over of the match, and he has only given away 3 runs from the 2 overs that he bowled and managed to pick up 2 wickets. Irfan Safi will be facing him. Pushed back into the bowler. Dot ball nonetheless. And again, punched off the back foot, but straight to the captain Vasu Saini. Another dot. Quick at this one. Batsman tried to go leg side, but missed it completely. Full length delivery this time, chance of a catch. It was Najmu Saqib.
Oh, they had the shortest man on the field at mid-wicket, and he jumped. In fact, I don't think it was as high as he thought it was. But I think a taller man would have had a better perspective on the ball and probably would have taken it. But I think he mistimed his leap and he thought it was going high. It wasn't as well timed as he thought.
Once again, a very good delivery from Tarindu. Given away only a single. Would have been a wicket and would have been the end of Austrian innings. But it's part of game. Tarindu to continue. This time a wild swing of the bat, an inside edge, took it to the deep fine leg. A bit casual running, I would say, but he will keep the strike. And after 16, Austria are on 82 for the loss of 9 wicket. They have only 1 wicket left in the dugout. I think no one is left.
Oh, number 11 will certainly be padded up, waiting to come in. And I'm wondering what can be achieved in the context of this innings. It's difficult to see anything over 110 really, because they just can't take any risks. Even maintaining their current run rate of just over 5 is going to be tricky, and a wicket could fall at any time.
Missed everyone. It was a good delivery, but missed everyone and went all the way for 4 extra. A very welcome boundary for Austria, but I think the Austrian innings might come to an end in this over.
Oh, you have so much to learn. Making predictions while commentating is fatal. Once again, judging by the reaction of the keeper and the bowler, I think there was an edge. Couldn't manage to get a hold of it. Aryan, the wicket keeper. In comes Irfan Safi, playing his 10th delivery in this innings. And again into the block hole. Good bowling from Najmul Saqib, controlling his line and length. Flighted this time. It's up in the air. Fielder coming under it. And it dropped it. And it went all the way for a boundary. Austria are getting lucky at the moment. I got almost my prediction right. Let's look at the replay. Seems to get underneath it with the swirling wind. Not as close to the boundary as I thought, actually, from our perspective. It looked like he was right on the boundary, but in fact had enough room to get into whatever position he wanted to catch. That didn't get into the correct one. Given the benefit of the doubt, say it will have been swirling around. There's quite a wind has picked up at the moment, and Austria got themselves into the 90s, which was by no means guaranteed a few minutes ago. And again, going towards the same fielder. And again, it went all the way for a maximum. So it might be Gihan Sanjeeva, the fielder, who dropped 2 catches in this over. As you can see in the replay, it was flighted delivery. It's straight to the fielder. But in the end, he helped it to go all the way for a maximum, and 17 finish, 99 for 9. Well, he's probably lucky that it's the last ball of the over, because Gihan he would probably have suffered that ultimate ignominy of being swapped with another fielder had there been a ball left in the over. He's dropped 2 in the second half of that over. Looked a little bit exposed in terms of catching the flyers, catching the skiers, but he will probably get away with the ultimate ignominy by being hid down now, probably at 3rd on the line. So Austria looked unlikely, even at the start of that over, that they would get to anywhere near 100, but all of a sudden, they're just 1 run away.
Yes, indeed. And looks like Darindu is coming on to bowl. His final over of his spell. Tries to cut it, but straight to the keeper, resulting a dot ball. Cut away once again, straight to the fielder at the circle in point. Flighted this time, and he is bowled. Lovely bowling from Tarindu. Quicker this time, flatter this time, into the stump, and the Austrian innings has to stop at 99. Couldn't manage to reach the magical 3-figure margin.
But at least that's the target, so that makes things nice and round. And Tarinda finishes with the splendid figures of 3 for 5 off 3.5 overs. So he has really delivered the death knell to this innings. Runs were conceded by Sakib at the other end in the previous over, which just given Austria some hope. At least they'll point to the fact that the target's in 3 figures. But one feels, on the basis of what we've seen in the other 11 matches in this tournament, that shouldn't be enough from Austria, and Romania will be expecting to get to this target at some stage in the next couple of hours. Looking at the last shot, it was probably not really on. It was too full to play the slog sweep, and it resulted in him losing his and the team's last wicket. So as we see the umpires leave the field, we can confirm that we will have a full 20-minute interval. So we should be back at around 10:38 local time. And for now, from Asif Mohammed Shujul and me, Andrew Elliott. Actually, just before we do that, we have got a message just coming through, so I will pass over to my colleague for that.
Thank you, Andrew. And it will be a 20 minutes break, and don't go anywhere. Please stay with us, and we will come back with the second innings action of the second semi-final of the ECA Men's European Cup 2026, powered by IT teams Primaria, Moara, Vlasiei, Dreamcatcher and Eurovision. Till then, goodbye from me and my colleague Andrew Elliott.
Wide ball to start the Romania innings in this pursuit of 100 runs. To win the second semi-final, all to play for. Romania will be the happier of the two sides. At the break between innings, they'll be very happy to have restricted Austria to 99. Captain Akib Iqbal, having batted in the middle order, now bowls the first over for his team. Manages to get the first legal ball away. As the wind picks up, that's edge just over the sort of floating second slip. Goes down to the third boundary for 4 runs. That will, of course, be the first boundary of the innings. So, to recap, this ECA European Cup has now reached the second semi-final stage. France are waiting in the final this afternoon. And these two teams, hosts Romania and Austria, battling it out to join them at the Moara Vlasiei cricket ground near Bucharest, Romania. Wind's picking up. You may be able to hear that in our microphones as Akib Iqbal comes in, bowls that short of a length and gets pushed into the offside for a single. My name's Andrew Elliott, bringing you coverage of this match in the company of Asif Mahmoud Shojul. Asif, how are you doing this morning? Rather, we're still early. I can't get used to these earlier starts. Not even 11 o'clock. There's a player miss produced by the bowler, so finally some joy. So early boundary always makes these low run chases seem that a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. Early boundary and a good start when you've got a low score to chase.
A little bit more circumspect from Gihan Sanjiwa, who had, in colloquial terms, he had a bit of a nightmare in the penultimate over, as it turned out, of the Austria innings, dropping 2 catches on the boundary, both of them going for boundaries, 1-4, 1-6. That's over the top, over extra cover, skipping away for 4 runs. So, first over of this reply firmly in Romania's favour as they finish it on 10 for no wicket.
Yes, absolutely. A good start for Romania. A confident looking start for Gihan Sanjiva. He might have been under pressure after the first innings. And they dropped 2 catches in the matter of 3 deliveries. But it's a very good looking shot from him. He opens for BCC in the domestic league and got his opportunity today to open the batting.
You're going to have to let us know what BCC stands for. I don't think initials are quite enough for those that aren't au fait with Romanian cricket.
Well, BCC is for Baniasa Cricket Club.
And the origins of the name Baniasa?
Yes, it is. It's close from where we are standing right now.
That's a local Romanian name, Baniasa, yes?
Yes,
okay.
it is.
It's Bashir Khan who's been chosen to open from the Forest End. He's ready to bowl his first ball. Another one interesting action. He kind of falls away, not in the action, but actually prior to the action. Almost preparing to, looks like he's preparing to throw the javelin in some ways. He's got that way of sort of rocking back. Pains to go back too far into history, but just going to drop the name Jeff Thompson into the conversation. Again, a very flattering comparison. Man who ended up from memory on 199 test wickets, and he had this sort of approach where in the last few strides he almost sort of flipped around his strides and leant back a bit. We can see here just leans back and then gets in position, but is edged away. I'm not going to give the striker the credit of intentionally hitting it. I think he was aiming much squarer, but it again at the toss, Vasu Saini said that one of the reasons he wanted to field first was because he felt that the outfield would quicken up, and I think we can already see evidence of that in the 8 legal balls we've had so far in this innings.
But I would say the batsman perfectly edged it between the fielders for a boundary.
You can't perfectly edge something. An edge is down to luck, in my opinion. There speaks a bowler, and that's a wide ball. So this Romanian reply is going along very nicely, still in the first half of the second over. Already 16 on the board, 84 to win. They'll be ticking them off in the Romania dugout. Vlasiei Khan bowls short of a length on Midland leg, gets tucked into the leg side. That's one of those I think probably both teams will be happy with the result of that ball.
I'm not so sure about that, because that brings up Taranjit Singh back in the strike, because he's a very destructive player and he is one of the most consistent batsmen in this side.
And right on cue, as if you'd set it up for him, he lofts it for 6, just over long off. I think it just crept over the rope. I was just waiting for the signal because that was hit almost diametrically opposite us on this ground, so we can't actually see the rope over the far side to the naked eye. But Taranjit Singh from, unless I'm mistaken, one of 3 Taranjit Singhs who play regularly in international cricket in Europe. We have this one for Romania, one for Denmark, the keeper and former captain, and another one who I believe plays for Cyprus. So European cricket is well blessed with Taranjit Singhs.
Yes, indeed, but for Romania, Taranjit Singh is a very consistent opener, and he consistently strikes the ball and run score for his side in the power play, give them a good start. And today it's not been much different. Striking at 200 at the moment.
Short from Vlasiei Khan and dealt with very effectively. Dismissed from Taranjit Singh's presence. Don't bowl those at me, was the message conveyed in that shot. You're right, as we've reached the end of the second over, we've raced on already over a quarter of the way to their target, off just 2 overs, Romania 27 for no wicket. I will say that all 3 of the Taranjit Singhs that I've mentioned are all key players to their respective nations or adopted nations. Neither of them are peripheral players at all. All 3 of them play key roles in the top order. In the case of the Taranjit Singh from Cyprus, an all-rounder. Akib Iqbal will continue from the pavilion end, but he will, in the back of his mind, will think that already after just 2 overs, this European Cup semi-final could be slipping from Austria's grasp. Ranked 43 coming into this cup. Rankings get updated about once a week. So they would have come in as favourites. And right now, it looks like they could be going home early, which is handy for them because they've got an evening flight tonight, which is the reason why we had a shift in proceedings today. But it remains to be seen whether they'll be in that final. They're looking second favourites at the moment. Short and caught brilliantly at the floating second slip. Looked for all the world it was going to go away, 1 bounce to the boundary, but fielder leapt, and actually leapt to his left, but caught it with his right hand above his head. Very good catch, one of the catches of the tournament. So we'll need a name check in a moment, but have you seen a better catch than that this week? If we look on the replay, may possibly have been a wide if he'd left it. And that is actually the old man of the team. That is Bilal Zalmai, the man who's been batting in the top order and bowling either opening or first change, and takes the catch of a much younger man at floating slip.
A brilliant catch. So far, the catch of the tournament, I would say.
Well, unlike me, you've seen every match, so which is why I deferred to you to let me know. But so you're going best catch of the tournament for that one, yes?
Indeed, because it's an excellent grab from Bilal Zalmai, and that ball was travelling also.
Yeah, he's not a tall man, Bilal Zalmai. He's well under 6 foot, I would say, but he looked a lot taller as he stretched for that one. It brings Irfan Rinku, a man who opens the bowling and bats number 3, so it's another pivotal role player, and he plays that rather tentatively. Chops it into the ground, could conceivably have chopped it into his stumps on a different day if there'd been a bit of seam movement. So not the most assured start from Irfan, but some hope for Austria with that wicket. Still a long way to go for them. A lot of wickets need to be taken very quickly, as that's short and punched away emphatically. Punch is the name for that shot. Punched away in front of square, one bounce away for 4, and Irfan Rinku is on his way.
It's a lovely shot. A shot of authority from Irfan Hussain Rinku. It was well outside the off stump. It was there for taking, and he just put his bat on the line, and the rest, as everyone saw. So lovely shot from Irfan Hussain Rinku. Aqib Iqbal.
Fuller, but punched again in a different fashion. Fuller ball. It is just holding up slightly on the outfield. Goes for the nifty footwork, but mistimes it, and it ends up actually making it just about onto the banking. I think the fielder actually in the end kicked it on.
Back-to-back boundaries for Irfan Hussain Rinku. It was uppishly played, but it was into the gap. There was a chase from the fielder, but eventually...
Yeah, it was Kumud Jar who couldn't haul that in, and last ball of this over is a dot, a better length. Between the 2 lengths of the previous 2 balls that Rinku dealt with very effectively, and after just 3 overs, Romania already made it all the way on to 36 for 1.
Good start for Romania. They need only 64 more runs to secure their spot in the final against France, who already got their one hand in the trophy of this ECA Men's European Cup.
So France have got one hand. Does that mean Romania have got 2/3 of a hand into the trophy cabinet?
I think so.
Certainly more than half a hand, isn't it, if France have got one hand. Yeah, Romania hot favourites for this semi-final. And Bashir Khan, with his idiosyncratic approach to the crease, is going to continue from the forest end. At the moment he's got a sweeper on the offside. And a long off, and that is straight to slip. That sort of fly slip type position. Not the same man in position, this time it's Rohit Kumar, who is on the field as substitute. See on the replay, as he inevitably does with that action, comes wide of the crease, just guides it straight to the substitute. Apologies for the confusion. I managed to nominate a fielder from the incorrect side. That was actually Karanbir Singh, who took that catch, not on as substitute. captain of Romania again, another man who's bowling and batting in the top order, coming at number 4. He's off the mark first ball with a scurried single. An eventful start to this over from Bashir Khan. Wicket, scurried single, possibility of a run out. Brings on strike Irfan Rinku, who's come out fighting from the word go. Struck his first ball received. Correction, his second ball received. Off the back foot through the covers, and then lofted off drive second ball from a footer ball. Bashir in. And he's gone clean again, lofting over the infield. That will kick on. So a third boundary 4 in a score of 12 for Irfan Rinku. He's not contemplating doing much running at the moment.
Well, you don't need to run when you can hit like this. Go for boundary, finish the game early. Because they have got another match to play. If they win.
I'm glad you just slipped that caveat in at the end. Slightly short of a length, tentative prod. Looked like it kept low on this artificial surface. It's not been perfect, this artificial pitch, throughout this tournament. There has been plenty of evidence of indifferent bounce, both low and high. As I mentioned before in this tournament, they aren't snooker tables, these pitches. You will get some variation. That cricket's probably more attractive. And there's another slip catch. 3 out of 3 in this Romania innings. Even though the run rate's good, they have now slipped into that category of 3 wickets down in the power play, with 41 on the board in the 4th over.
Absolutely, there was, I don't know, a brain freeze moment for Irfan Rinku, that it was a packed offside field. The field was placed for this kind of shot, and after having a look around in the field, you cannot play shots like this, as you can see, well outside the off stump. And he just tried to guide in between these fielders and went straight to Mohammad Zalmai. Has got to hold on to a very good catch.
It's almost as if Rinku has been in charge this morning of doing all the slip catching practice, guiding. It's almost like it looked at the shot, how he played it, like he wanted to guide it to that fielder. Really got the execution wrong. It's Avishka who comes in now. Avishka Mappa comes in to bat at number 5, with matters all of a sudden not looking quite so straightforward for Romania. Still rattling along in terms of the run rate, but they keep losing wickets. Vlasiei looking to close out this over, as he does with a leave. So after 4 overs, Romania 41 for 3.
After a very good start, Romania are in a spot of bother at the moment. But it's still their game, only the required run rate is 3.5, just 3.69. And they need 59 runs from 96 balls. So it's still not that tough for them. They have still more batting to come. I think pressure.
I want to get to 50 without losing another wicket. I mean, it sounds so obvious to say they won't want. Of course, you never want to lose a wicket. But I think almost tactically they should be looking to make sure they get at least halfway to this target before losing a 4th wicket. So I would think from here, next 2 overs, just knock it around. Maybe get to 50 for no further loss at the end of the power play. Akib Iqbal, Austria's captain, will continue. Shujal, I must say, very, very impressed by your use of the expression "spot of bother." Feels very English. I don't know whether you've picked that up from me the last few days, or we'll come back to that. Zaki just short of a length again. Good off-stump line. Worked into the offside. No chance of a single. Is that Spot a bother, is that an expression you've used all your life?
I'm not sure about that, but if you'd be happy if I say your name that I have learned from you, I'll give you credit, no problem.
It just feels very, very idiosyncratically English. Aki shorter this time, and a fourth catch in the ring behind square. What is going on here? The Romanian lineup are offering catching practice to anybody who's in a catching position behind square on the offside, and that fourth wicket does go down. It's the captain Vlasiei, and the score we can now say is only 41 at the loss of the fourth wicket.
It looks like it's Austria are dominating at the moment. I've told you one thing before, that low scores are always dangerous, and looks like it's again going to be a very interesting finish of this match.
I'm going to counter that, and I'm going to say that low scores haven't been dangerous in this entire tournament because every low score has been knocked off with ease. But we're in a semi-final. Funny things happen when the pressure heaps on. Romania, by restricting Austria to 99, would have had those sights on the final. They'd have had clear vision of being in that final this afternoon.
I think that hand...
They'll have been hoping to give Australia lots of time to make their evening flight. But now, I would say with that wicket, Austria have just edged favourites. Things change very quickly in these matches. Any decent partnership from now on in should get Romania across the line, but they haven't put one together yet. Much fuller. Leg stump line. And it's Mohamed Arian, the new bat, who just pushes it into the leg side. Another man of relatively diminutive stature in this Romania lineup. They've got some big men, they've got some less big men. Studiously watched outside the off stump, lets it go. Probably the right way to go after all the catches that have been offered behind square. Run rate is no issue at all. Wickets, issue.
Indeed. I think the hand that was on the trophy at the moment is slipping.
It's a wide ball on this occasion. And there's the double take from the bowler, which always makes me chuckle internally. Cannot believe the effrontery of having been called a wide for that ball. Terrible thing to happen. And that is a good ball. Length ball, just shaping away from the bat, so all further damage in that over averted by Romania, but they still remain in a tricky position at 42 for 4 after 5 overs.
Yes, indeed, they need to rebuild and just focus on the game. It's the run rate is not a big issue at the moment, but it's the wickets that are tumbling on the both side. I guess they have lost consecutive wickets in the matter of 2 overs. In comes I think it's Bashir Khan to bowl his third.
Yes, so once again we've got 2 bowlers going straight through the power play, which we've seen quite often in this tournament.
Well left outside the off stump. You can see a very packed offside field. A slip, a gully, and a backward point, deep extra cover, mid off, and we have got only 1 fielder on the leg side. I'm sorry, 2. There's also another one very close to the batsman on a short leg position.
We've got a short leg. Just trying to see whether he's wearing a helmet.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Indeed.
So yeah, it was perfectly acceptable for you to think there's only one fielder on the leg side because you so rarely see that position in 2020 cricket, and your vision, your peripheral vision, was looking for those fielders on the one or on the boundary, and yet, yeah, you got one under the helmet. Forward short leg.
Again, well left by Avishka. The key for Romania would be a decent enough partnership in here. At least they cannot manage to lose a wicket in next 5 overs.
Asking quite a lot there, 5 overs. Judging on what's happened in this match so far, there have been no real partnerships. Wickets have tumbled regularly, and there's still 2 men in the slip area, both kind of floating. We've got a gully and a backward point, so we've got 4 men behind square on the offside, and why not? All 4 wickets have fallen to catches in that same region. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again after this ball.
Tries to cut it, but missed it. I don't think he was in any position to cut this ball.
No, he wasn't, and I said I've said it before, many have said it before. In this format, it's not 230 plays 220 that's the most exciting. It's the low scorers like this that are worth the watch.
Once again, good bowling. Talking about the excitement, we have already had a very low score exciting match. The Turkey versus Israel. That was one of the most exciting matches so far in this tournament, and looks like this one is starting to join him. And again, take the outside part of the bat and went straight to the backward point fielder, and that finishes the over after 6, 43 for 4.
So who would have predicted that? The last over of the power play, the only run was a wide ball. 6 dot balls in that over to round out the power play. Very unexpected.
Well, that tells you who's controlling the game at the moment.
Signal made that the non-power play overs are starting, which means that Austria can have 5 men outside the circle. I doubt very much that they will. I'm just looking around. We've got a wide long off to our left, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we've got 8 men inside the ring. The personnel is going to change now because the long off is coming up inside the ring. Well, he doesn't have to be absolutely in the ring because we've got so many inside. We have got a sweeper on the offside going back. Can't absolutely say they're all inside the ring, but we've got certainly got 8 men either inside or just outside the ring.
But this one was down the leg side, and this one swung away over the deep fine leg boundary for a very classy looking maximum. Good shot from MD Aryan. He opens his account with the bang. 6 behind square. It was a ball that was going down the leg side. He just needs to put some bat on it, but I think he muscled it.
Yeah, it's not the easiest shot to exercise.
I think we might need a new ball also.
Not sure why water's been run out here. I don't know if it looked like the Akib Iqbal might have had a problem. But yeah, that was one of the biggest sixes we've seen on that side of the ground this week. It was really picked up quite fine. There's some heavy foliage on that side of the ground. So we just got a slight delay. I can see Third umpire Imran Haider just delivering a ball out to the middle, which Suleiman Saeed has a quick look at. His body language, I thought he was rejecting it at first, but his body language wasn't all that positive, but it's been passed to the bowler and captain, who's doing some furious work on it. He's still looking skyward as if he's thinking, why have we've kept it so tight the last couple of overs, why did I bowl that ball? It was right in the slot for Mohammad Aryan to work away.
It comes, might have got some inside edge, a half-hearted appeal from the Austrian fielders.
Yep, correcting his line well. Learnt the lesson from his previous ball, straightened up, middle and off line, just produced the inside edge into the thigh region. So just that 1-6 in a low run chase, low scoring match, early wickets, just one boundary 6, just makes the whole scoreline look so different.
Once again tries to cut it over the infield. Couldn't make any contact with the ball, went straight to the keeper. As you said, one boundary in these low scoring matches can make huge difference and can make huge impact on the confidence level of the players. Pushed into the backward point region. There will be a fielder cutting it off. Dot ball.
Yeah, so 3 dot balls now have followed that boundary 6. So Akib Iqbal will be feeling happier with life, but still nervous about this scoreline. In relative terms, it's been a while since they've taken a wicket now.
Tries to go again in the same area that he hit the 6 on the first delivery, but this time got it on his pads.
There are only 2 fielders on the leg side, and that's probably another reason why Akib Iqbal was so dismayed. There's nobody behind square on the leg side. They've got a mid on and a mid wicket. Everybody else on the offside.
What a shot. Lovely shot from MD Aryan. It was a teasing chase, but in the end the ball win the race, and Kumud Ranjan Jha has to fetch it from outside of the boundary. And a boundary to finish off the 7th over. And Romania are on 53 for 4. Some rebuilding process it's going through at the middle.
Yes, I mentioned them aiming to get to this point, perhaps at the halfway point of the innings after 10 overs. They've got there in the 7th, so that was a really good over for Romania in a low run chase. Puts them back, in my mind, as favourites now. And also, they've seen off the captain Akib Iqbal. He got picked up 2 for 30 in his 4 overs, so a little expensive in the context of this match, but he did at least get those 2 crucial wickets.
It's a new bowler. Is it Bashir Khan? No, it is Bashir Khan. Coming on with a shorter run-up. Driven straight back to him. I think Avishka is going to be the watchful batsman in this partnership, and Aryan will play the aggressive role. And this one guided into the gap. Fielder tries to go around it, but in the end, and walkout bounce in front of him to send the ball away for another boundary.
I'm going to give you an even more English expression, which you've probably never heard before. But Maiwan Moman made an absolute horlicks of that fielding effort. He was right behind the ball, anything on it of any substance, and he somehow managed to let it go through everything. Have you heard that expression before?
It's the first time that I'm listening.
Okay. First time for everything.
Hit on the pads, gentle inquiry from the fielders. But you know, you are always learning. When you have got an opportunity to sit someone like a more experienced guy like you, so never lose an opportunity of learning.
Yet again, you're calling me old, aren't you?
I'm trying to prove myself young.
It's non-stop. It's at least once a day.
Right into the block hole. Well negotiated by Avishka.
It's been a good comeback from the short ball, which unjustly went for 4, but he was given the opportunity by dropping it short.
But this time, there will be no need of help from the fielder. It went all the way for a maximum through the third man boundary. It was an outside edge.
It was an outside edge, but it was a poor ball. He's already conceded a boundary in the over by dropping short and giving width, and he's done it again. As you correctly said, this time, by virtue of the edge, it went somewhere where there was nobody. If there'd been a fielder on the boundary, it would have been a catch because it only just crept over the boundary.
But, you know,
but the opportunity was there with the short length and the width, and it was a virtual free hit.
You know, there is a saying: when you slash hard. And again, checked his shot in the last moment, took the outside edge, and went all the way for another boundary. And looks like it's Shawal outside of the boundary.
It's Mini Shakur. Does the eventual fielding, future Romania player. A few years off, 9 years old, I believe now. Young Shakur. Always at the cricket, always enthusiastic. 67 for 4 then, after 8 overs. And I don't think we're going to get a replay for that one, but my impression was that Mohamed Aryan just perhaps, correction, it was Avishka, just perhaps pulled out of that shot. I was looking to pull out the shot by the time it hit the edge and went quite a strange angle down to a fine third. We've got a forced bowling change now with both openers having bowled out. Wakar Zalmay is going to take up the attack from the pavilion end, and we now see a very different type of field. We've got still only have 3 out on the boundary, perhaps reflect the scoreline. We still have 3 behind square, hoping for a catch because that's how all the wickets have fallen in this innings. Yeah, no longer a short leg under the helmet. That was a collector's item that we saw there 3 overs ago. It's good to see, actually, and it goes to prove you low-scoring matches, you see stuff that's more interesting.
Things get more spiced up in low-scoring matches. Wakar Zalmay coming on to bowl his possible second delivery of this over, and he's up against Aryan, who has scored 10 from 10. And these 10 runs he has scored only in 2 balls. Other than that, all of them has been dot.
He's not the first Romania batsman to deal in boundaries in this innings.
Yes, you're right. Earlier we have seen Irfan also dealing in boundaries. Cut away through the offside, but there is a protection. I think it's Kumud Ranjan Jha fielding at the deep backward point, cutting it off for a single.
Yeah, we got Irfan Safi out to our left, at long off, and the aforementioned Jar, he's at deep backward point. We've got a long leg. We're now at 4 on the boundary because we've also got a deep mid wicket, so 4 of the possible 5 out. Oh, and that keeps very low. Have you seen any keep like that low this week, Shojul?
Well, it's the first time that I'm seeing a ball. I think it didn't bounce at all.
Did just about, but it was possibly no more than 15 centimetres off the ground at any point after bouncing.
Tried to go over the long on boundary, but I think the batsman was fortunate that the last ball was not in the stumps.
Always. And as a bowler, if you do ever bowl a ball like that, you absolutely desperate for it to be straight. That precious quality. But not on that occasion.
I think the pitch is surprising us at the last moment of the tournament, the last day of the tournament.
Any heavy rollers in Romania available?
Yes, we do.
Good. One legal ball remaining in this over.
Left away and a dot to finish off the 9th over. Romania are on 68 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And that's another pleasing aspect of a low-scoring match. There's nothing wrong with a leave. If you don't believe you've got a genuine opportunity to score and you can leave it safely, why not? Score. The run rate is not an issue. Fewer than 3 runs per over required. And once again, we've got an enforced bowling change. It is going to be Maiwand Momand, who's got an opportunity to make up for his rather grave fielding error from 2 overs ago, out on the point boundary, in front of the lake. And with the ball, can always be a very different story. It is he who's selected to bowl this last over before the short drinks break, and he will have Mohamed Aryan on strike, who's just picked up his first non-boundary run in this match. He's got a sweeper out on the offside and leg side. And once again, I think we are going to get another fielder out. There were 7 in the ring, which is power play territory, and we've got Mohamed Zalmai is now, I think he's going to be sort of a floating third. He's not back on the boundary, he's probably 15 yards inside. So Mormand is ready to bowl.
Nicely cut away from Avishka Eroshan. A shot of authority that time. I think it's Aryan. Beg your pardon. And the 30 partnership comes off.
That's another thing you only hear in the shortest formats. The 30 partnership is up because of the shorter nature of these games. But yeah, having dropped back the floating third and having the man out, he managed to pierce them perfectly. Neither of them had a chance of cutting that one off.
And the next ball is played quite respectfully. And a dot ball. MD Aryan moves on to 15 of the 14 deliveries that he faced. This time it's up in the air. It's coming towards the fine leg boundary, and it will be a boundary. One bounce and over the fence from MD Aryan. So he's looking to open up.
Yes, it was a skyer initially, but we have got no man behind square. I think that ball has escaped to a section of the tarpaulin, which is probably a white section because the white ball is proving difficult to locate. But there's Shakur Senior, not Mini Shakur, of the distinguished grey flecks, managing to retrieve that one. So a possible 3 balls till drinks, and 24 required by Romania, who are now becoming firm favourites for this match.
And again, what a shot from MD Aryan. He is looking to finish it early. It was in the slot, and it was beautifully played by MD Aryan.
Yeah, fantastic balance, setting himself a base, and beautiful hands crisp through the ball Chipped it away. There is now a fielder. A fielder has gone back there. A very straight long off, and little by little, field spread. They're now down to the minimum inside the circle, which means that Mohamed Aryan can take a single and come back for second due to the fact that the field is now spread.
Yeah, good running between the wicket by MD Aryan and Avishka. It was Avishka who was calling for the second run. Aryan was, at the first impression, he was not that much impressed, but interest at that time. But in the end, a couple of more runs added to the tally. Scoreboard moves on to 82. Last ball before drinks coming up. And again, bit of improvisation from Aryan. It's going towards the boundary. Chase is on. But the ball slowed down. And it was Irfan Safi who fielded the ball. And after drinks, Romania are on 84 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, good session for Romania, mini session. Offered up those 4 early wickets, all catches behind square on the offside, all gratefully accepted. But since then, it's been this pairing, crucial partnership, Mohamed Aryan on 27 off 18 balls, and Avishka Mappa, he's supported well with 14 off 16. So when we come back from drinks, it'll be just 16 runs to win off 10 overs, more importantly 6 wickets in hand for Romania. They have turned this run chase round and are very firm favourites now to book their place in this afternoon's final. Please don't go away, we'll be back in a minute or two's time. Just about ready for the restart in the second semi-final between hosts Romania and 43 world ranked Austria. And despite Romania's ranking being in the 50s, they are strong favourites to get over the line in the semi-final. And that's a bad start. And it's a strange one. It's a loopy full toss, which has been called no ball. And a leg bye. And some will say, well, how can it be a leg bye if he wasn't attempting a shot? Well, he was taking evasive action, so that's why that leg bye is allowed. Just see on the replay here, it's loopy. And, well, he was ducking, so it's not 100% certain that was above waist height because there was some flex in the knees. So a valid appeal from Wakaz Alnay, but it does mean that there's a free hit. So what has Mohamed Arian got in mind for this? Well, it's another loopy full toss, which he doesn't time. Swings away into the leg side for 2. I'm Andrew Elliott, and joining me for this second semi-final is Asif Mahmoud Shujul. Should be last knocking, Shujul. Don't
Yes,
think we're going to
indeed.
get the full 10 overs in here.
Indeed, and thanks for having me.
Salmai full, and it was in the slot for the shot. Unfortunately, Mohamed Arian didn't make contact. It was close to the stumps. Wakaz Alnay, his body language is looking fairly resigned at the moment. I think he realises that his team didn't get enough on the board in this first innings. And that's wide down the leg side. It is collected by the keeper. Good. Collected that well. There was potential for that to run away. One more off the requirement. We've got deep mid-wicket. Fine leg. Sweeper on the offside and long off. And that is short. Pulled away. There is a fielder coming round who makes a valiant attempt at the catch. And gets the second prize of keeping it inside the line. And I think Mohamed Arian may have been guilty of some ball watching there, because they definitely should have scored 2. But he was doing the old under-7s thing of watching the ball instead of getting his head down and running.
Definitely, the second run was on the cards, but they were not in a position to take the second run.
Full and carefully watched by Avishka Mappa. No point in taking any risks at this stage. Run rate required next to nothing. Avishka faces up again. Again, no risks taken. Back and across, guides the ball behind square into the offside. Along the ground though, in contrast to how all the early wickets fell rather. I have been corrected. We had a bit of a lottery earlier on with Avishka's 5 published names on the team sheet as to which were the 2 he would use in general company. This is hit down the ground, long off, coming round, but too much on it, and that virtually secures Romania's place in this afternoon's semi-final, as it gets the runs required down to 3. And it's Mohamed Arian who is the man who's been most responsible for getting them to this total. 97 for 4 on the board, in partnership with the newly renamed Avishka Iroshan. I'm now told that that's the 2 names that are most operated amongst the 5 that he has to choose from. Of Sri Lankan origin, and Sri Lankan is very well known for having a huge array of names to choose from per person. So, Shoja, we're going to see the hero of a couple of days ago, the man with the fifer, Akshay Warg. In English circles, that's how it's pronounced anyway. He is coming onto bowl with the rather onerous task of trying to keep the score down to, well, a single run, really, because even 2 will level the scores and guarantee at least a super over for Romania. I don't think we can get anywhere near that far, because there's still 9 overs remaining in the match. But he's going to change of ends. He's mainly bowled this week from the pavilion end. He comes in now from the forest end. And all due care taken by Avishka. No point in losing a wicket at this stage. Target so close. Look at the field. There's sweepers on and offside, and we've got 7 inside the ring, just looking to make this task that bit more difficult. Avishka's had just about enough of the poking and prodding, and he goes down the pitch in an effort to finish this match, but just gets a thick inside edge and takes the single.
As I said before, that in this partnership, Avishka is going to be more watchful, and Aryan will play the aggressor role, and that is what happened so far.
And let's see if he's aggressive to this one. He does actually tuck it straight. That is the victory. That is Romania into their home final in this ECA European Cup. They are the ones who have made it through to this afternoon. They have got the honour of playing against France. And in the end, it was comprehensive. There was a bit of a flutter when they lost 4 early wickets in the slip and gully region. And all hands are being shaken. And umpires, they've had their role to play in this semi-final. They've got themselves a slightly early finish. It's handy in terms of the last day here, because the final was brought forward, shorter interval, but now that we've had an early finish, we can confirm that the final will be between Romania and France this afternoon, with a 1:30 start, and the toss will be coming up at 1 o'clock, so just under an hour and a half away. That's what's coming up later on, but for now, let's congratulate Romania as their 2 not-out bats leave the field, with victory having been secured. Coaches and spare players are also on the pitch. So we hope you've enjoyed coverage of this semi-final, as I'd like to thank my colleague Asif Mahmoud Shojo for his company here this afternoon. Any final observations on this semi-final, Shojo?
Oh, it was always Romania dominating the side from the start to the end. They have struggled a bit in the middle, but in the end they have easily won the match, and quite comfortably won by 6 wickets and secured their spot in the final. And this afternoon they will be up against France for the ECA Men's European Cup 2026, sponsored by IT teams Primaria, Moara, Vlasiei, Dreamcatcher and Eurovision. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's Austria clearly the highest ranked team in the tournament in terms of the world rankings, and also started off the strongest. But they've just slipped away in their last 2 matches, defeat by France and now defeat in the semi-final by Romania. Having seen every match of this tournament, do you feel that France and Romania is the correct lineup for the final? Do you think they've played the best cricket?
As I told you before, there's no predicted team, or no confirmed teams in a global tournament like this. The teams who makes less mistakes, they get the most of the results. So from that part, yes, both these teams played well. They have dominated against the other teams. That's why they are in the final.
Succinctly put. Okay, we'll leave it there with the anticipation of this afternoon's final. We're hoping for an epic here at the Moara Vlasiei cricket ground near Bucharest, Romania. Thanks for your company now. For now, Shujul and me, Andrew Elliott, signing off. We will see you in around about an hour and 20 minutes for the toss.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2. It's working? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Who do we appreciate?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How long should I speak? 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay?
We're ready for the toss for the European Cup finals. Two teams that have earned their way through to this final are the hosts Romania and France, who are with them. Two captains out here with me. Dawood Ahmadzai, he's going to toss the coin in a minute. First of all, the two captains, Dawood and Vlasiei from Romania, are going to check the respective team sheets for the final 11s who are playing in this final. 13 matches in this tournament, and we've got to the 13th, and everything is set up hopefully for a classic. Sukesh Prudvi, match manager, has got the Romanian Cricket Federation coin. Heads has been called. That is a tail. If you can let Vasu know what you'd like to do. Okay. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Now, I think I overheard you saying that you're going to bat first, is that right?
Yeah, we are going to bat first. It's a good task to win. Quite sunny and a good day, and we want to bat first for the reason because Romania, they played one match before than us, and we want to take that advantage to make them more tired. It's a final game, so we want to have that advantage.
Okay, we've had an extra half hour between games, but you still think they're going to carry over something from this morning. Slight surprise being both semi-finals won comprehensively by the side fielding first, but you're going to twist the narrative around now and you're going to bat first. I know you've been doing targets for your fielding all tournament every time I've spoken to you. What numbers have you got in mind for your batting?
You know, we lost our first game against Romania, unfortunately, so we want to win big this game. Tough day, tough match, but again I said we want to take that advantage from Romania. They are already tired, they played a game, so our body language are very good, and let's to put a good total on the board first, 160 plus, and respect them under that.
We finally got a number out of you, 160 plus. Okay, you kept me waiting for that one. Have you got any team changes from your semi-final?
Yeah, we got one change. Usman are back. That he was injured for the last two games. He is back on the place of Linga, and Safi are not playing on the place of Zakaria are playing. So the same team are going.
Okay, Zakaria have been struggling a little bit for runs, but Lingaswaran in his last innings got a very quick 36 to get you over the line. Was he very close to selection? How disappointed would he be to miss out?
Honestly, as a captain, I'm very disappointed. I want to play him in today's game. His record, if we see against Romania, all the time we faced Romania, Lingeshwaran, he had a very good record against Romania. But in the final, I have to respect that decision of coach. He was not too comfortable with it, so I respect that decision. But as a captain, I'm not comfortable with it.
Well, that's very honest of you to say so, but as I have sympathy with the coach because you can only ever fit 11 people into the final lineup, so we always have to respect that as well.
Yes, for sure. He is the coach. He knows better, so we have a lot of respect for that. But his decision, but I hope it will work today.
Okay, well, good luck, and I'm confident of seeing you afterwards for a chat. So good luck for the game, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck, brother.
Vasu, you've been asked to field first. Thoughts that you may be a little bit tired from your first semi-final. Didn't quite tax you as much as you would have thought, and also you've had a decent break. So do you feel tired at all going straight back into field?
No, I think the boys are fresh and we wanted to bowl first, so that's what we got.
Okay, so you both got the result that you wanted, so fielding first is no object for you at all?
Yeah, no, we wanted to bowl first and we just want to see how much we have to chase and we're going to chase it.
Okay, now in the semi-final at the toss, you snuck Manmeet Kohli into the side without telling me. Telling me there's no team changes. So is Manmeet still in to start with?
Yeah, we are playing with the same team as the semi-final.
Are you sure? Are you sure for the semi-finals? Okay, how much confidence from that semi-final? Obviously you were against the top-ranked team in the tournament, 43 in the world. You got over the line. In the end, despite early wickets, in the end you got over with a lot of time to spare, 6 wickets in hand. How much confidence has that given you to this final?
I think that was a good game. It was a very good confidence booster for us because Australia, we all know that's a good team, and beating them in the semi-final with what the score they made, and so it was a very good confidence booster for us.
Other thing to bring into that is, of course, in the group, you were the only team to beat France. They're your opponents in the final. What are you taking forward from that?
I told the guys that France is a better team in this tournament, and they showed us why they are, and they are in the finals. So we don't take them in loose game. It will be a good game to watch for.
Okay, so you've got to turn over the fact that they finished top of the group on net run rate, so you need to turn over that differential and show that you're the best team in this tournament at the end.
Yeah, we'll make sure of that.
Okay, good confidence from Vlasiei. Thanks very much to both the captains for their time. With news that France out in the middle in this final have decided to bat first. The Romania fielders taking to this Moara Vlasiei cricket ground for the final of this ECA European Cup. We've got there, 13th match of 13. We now know our finalists. And we're almost ready to go. France having elected to bat in this final, despite both semi-finals being comfortably won by the team fielding first. They have decided. Appears mainly based on the fact that Romania have already played today. But Vlasiei, the Romanian captain at the toss, had no issues at all with the fielding first. He said that they were fresh, they were prepared. Wasn't too taxing a victory. And despite the early wickets that they lost in their low run chase. Only needing 100 to win that match. In the end, getting home 4 down. But all those wickets were lost in the power play. But no further issues. So Romania got over the line, much as France did yesterday afternoon against the Turks. As we've come to expect, Irfan Rinku is going to be the man opening up from the Forest End. He's got Zakaria on strike. Zakaria's form's been patchy in this tournament. We're going to put that right. We're ready to get underway in the final. As there's a play and miss to the first ball. We're coming to you live from this Moara Vlasiei cricket ground near Bucharest in Romania. My name's Andrew Elliott, and with me as company for this final, I've got Asif Mahmoud Shujul in the final. I finally got there with the pronunciation.
Thank you. Just about perfect.
Ready to go again, and this time there is contact, but straight to the cover fielder. That's the captain of Vlasiei, prowling around in the covers, in the cover region. Men out, deep square leg, and third in this power play. That's all they're allowed out. Mid on, set very deep at the edge of the circle. There's a chance, and the first wicket of this final comes before the first run. We spoke about Zakaria's patchy form in this tournament, and Shujul, it continues. He's out for a duck.
Yeah, good piece of bowling and a very smart catch from Tarindu at the gully. So a very good start for Romania at the moment, as you can see in the replay. It was just a back of length delivery, tried to punch it on the onside, and a lovely celebration from Tarindu as well.
Yes, Tarindu taking that catch, but I think it was he just played lack of footwork, playing away from the body, looking to punch it in front of square, and squirted it away behind in the air. He brings to the wicket the only centurion of this cup so far, this European Cup, and I would think Romania will be hoping there will only be one century in this cup, because they'll hope to be chasing a small total. So he comes out to join his wicketkeeper, Verk. Muhammad Ali surveying the field carefully. Down the pitch, first ball, and gets a lucky inside edge. That was a violent swipe at the ball, looking somewhere probably over long on, went nearly 180 degrees in the opposite direction, and those are the first runs off the bat in this final.
Yeah, very fortunate boundary for Umer Mustafa, and a nervy start, but getting his first runs on the board with a boundary that was an inside edge, a lucky boundary. Irfan Hussain all set to coming to bowl for the 5th time in this over. Punched up the back foot,
It's just that one fortuitous scoring shot so far. And Mustafa Omer was rather more circumspect to his second ball. Threw caution to the wind first ball, trying to lash it towards the net area. Rinku looking to get out of the over without further damage, but that's been well struck. And not many have stopped that side of the ground in this tournament, but that one not quite timed, and they will settle for 2 runs. So 6 for 1 at the end of the first over.
A very good start for Romania, picking up a wicket in the first over, and it boosts the confidence in the players. Looks like it's going to be Manmeet Kohli bowling from the pavilion end, and he will be bowling to Mohammad Ali Virk.
Yes, Virk yet to face his first ball. Manmeet now playing for the second time since Saturday. Played this morning's semi-final and the final, so he's the man for finals day. And he's parachuted straight in to open the bowling in this final. Taking a little time to set his field. Virk also goes big first ball, just as Mustafa Omer did, and instead of an inside edge, gets an outside edge. Fine enough to beat third and go for 4.
Yes, indeed, once again it's a lucky boundary. And so far, both of the boundaries came from the edges. One from the inside edge, other from the outside edge.
Kohli bends his back a little bit more on that one. Didn't like the treatment, didn't like getting charged. Certainly wouldn't have liked the fortuitous result, and that zips through past the outside edge. Through to the keeper, Mohamed Aryan. Of course, played that crucial partnership in the semi-final, along with Tarindu, to get them here. Goes for something big again, Virk, and it's actually an offside wide. Well, the way he played it, I think he may have misjudged the line. Seemed to also play over the top of it. Imran Header, signalling that one. He's one of the 2 men with the honour of umpiring this final on field, along with Suleiman Saeed at the Forest end. Short arm jab, punched away, actually skips away over this fast outfield and comfortably goes for 4.
A good shot from Mohammad Ali Virk. It was not a short pitch delivery, but it was punched in the onside through the mid-wicket and long on region for a boundary. It's the first confident shot of the bat.
Yes, first boundary in front of square in this final, and that's good length, just slightly short from Kohli, but the line just outside off stump meant that defence was the best option for Virk. So he has just hit 2 boundary 4s and 2 dots in this over. Cody Fuller nearly gets the edge. Invited the drive, invitation accepted. Footwork not quite right.
Yeah, good comeback delivery from Manmeet Kohli. 2 dot balls after he was struck for a boundary.
So another offside wide. And that one really did look wide. It's a reminder that we are at quite a straight long off when the bowling's from the pavilion end. Quite a low vantage position from our gazebo. Always looking to bring you the live action rather than commentating what we can see on the monitor, because that's what you can see anyway as you connect up to the stream. And the second extra ball of the over, if you will, is a good one, slightly short of length, cramping for room. And after 2 overs in this final, France are 16 for 1.
Yeah, so far it's a decent over for France. Manmeet Kohli conceding 10 runs on the second over. And still a long way to go in this match.
It's only just begun. No change in bowling. That's been the mode of operation for Romania in their last matches, to keep their opening bowlers on through the power play. See if France can do anything to upset that plan. That's short and not timed. Probably should have been put away behind square for a boundary, but was rather clothed square. And plenty of time for Longley to come round and restrict that to a single.
Yeah, it should have been put away. It was down the leg side there for the takings, but the batsman couldn't make the full use of it. In the end, a single to exchange the strike. And in comes Mohammad Ali Virk, playing his 7th delivery of this match.
That long leg of field of the last ball has now come up inside the ring. We've got a long one back and a third. So a slightly different emphasis for when Virk's on strike. To face Rinku, that's short and really discomforts Mohammad Ali Virk. His footwork was awry, to say the least, and he ended up being squared up, beaten comprehensively through to the keeper.
A good delivery. Maybe get him some swing of the wicket at the moment.
Rinku again, and that's played on merit by Virk. Recognises that it's a good ball, that it was best to defend, which he does successfully. It's an excellent over so far, and in fact an excellent spell for Irfan Rinku. Can see just 7 in an over and a half. Just 1 in this over. Of course, 4 of those runs were a very streaky inside edge to fine leg. And there's an edge there. I thought we could hear it even from here with our headphones on. You could just hear that snicking noise. And the Romanian outfit have got their 2nd wicket of this final, and it's in just the 3rd over. And it's that of Virk, who's been a mainstay of the batting for this tournament for France. But his tournament is over, at least with the bat.
Yes, indeed. Got beaten by the bounce, and we can see some Cristiano influence in the ground. The famous Swiss celebration from the Romanian players.
You lost me. Yeah, you're going to have to talk me through that one.
So you don't know about Cristiano? It's a famous Swiss celebration.
Ah, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Ah, so you don't follow football, that means.
I thought you were talking about Christian Roberts. I was here in the moment. I'm here in this final. I'm thinking about Romania against France at the Moara Vlasiei. So we had a Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, influence in here.
Right, okay. Yeah, you completely confused me. I was thinking, is he coming out to bat? He actually hasn't come out to bat, Christian Roberts. He has been coming in at number 4 in recent matches for France, but it's Rahim Gul Nasseri who's ready to face his first ball. And that's also edged, but too much on it for the keeper to get anywhere near it, and not even the third can cut it off. So it just rolls away at pace to our right. And Rahim Gulnaseri is up and running straight away.
Another lucky boundary for the Frenchman. Once again, it was an outside edge. And 4 more runs added to the tally.
What I have noticed in this short sample size of this inning so far, only 17 legal deliveries bowled. When the French are going, they're going hard. When they decide it's the one to go, they're not leaving anything behind. And that's the same here. Well, that's completely mistimed off the toe of the bat. Scuffed square for a single. So the left-hander will remain on strike for the 4th over. It's 22 for 2.
But you know, there's an old saying, when you slash hard.
Yes, I think I've heard that one before. Probably about
Yes, indeed.
about 2 hours ago, I seem to remember. During the semi-final. Yes, yeah. I have heard that one. Of course, I avoid using it myself because slash has other connotations in British English. So we don't tend to use that one so much.
But we are not in England now. We are in Moara, Vlasiei in Bucharest.
But you have to realise the language that they were commentating in and the origins of one of the commentators. So I'm not all that comfortable using that expression, but I will use it if pressurised. Can't imagine what pressure that's going to be, but we are ready for the 4th over. That is another shot very similar to the first one that Rahim Gulnaseri played in this final, which flew over the keeper and evaded third and ran away down here to our right for 4. He tries something similar there, this time makes no contact. I'm almost getting the impression the French don't mind whether they get bowled out, they're just trying to get as many runs as they can, as quickly as possible, but Romania aren't letting them get away. Run rate under 7 at this early stage. But despite losing 2 wickets in the first 3 overs, France are continuing to go hard, although Rahim Gulnaseri looks like he's being spoken to by Umar Mustafa, who can hardly comment really, as he tried to launch his first ball out of the ground towards the nets. An inside edge for 4. Kohli again. And that's skied. That has to go to somebody. And it's juggled and dropped at mid-off by Captain Vlasiei. He looked to be in a good position. Got the bobble. It looked like he had a decent chance to grab it a second time, but couldn't get a good part of the hand on it. And it's gone to turf. And only one was taken. 1 run. Went so high. Wonder if, let's have a look at the running here. In fairness, they actually do go hard. See a lot of players even at this level just standing watching the ball. Something I've trained my under 7s not to do. Once you get it in the air, just get your head down and run. There's always time when it's in the air. Mustafa back on strike, and that will be a wide. Really having to stretch that one. Mustafa didn't get anything on it. Correctly signalled wide ball by Imran Header. What do you make of Christian Roberts not coming in at number 4? I'll get you to answer that one after this next ball, because he's been successful in that position recent innings. Thoughts of a single aborted.
Maybe they want to utilize the power play at the moment. You can see from the new batsman who's coming on, everyone's intent is to go big and go hard. So maybe they want Christian Roberts to bat at the middle orders, in the middle overs.
That's another violent stroke attempted. I think swing was got the better of him that time, but lost his shape completely, not elegant in any way. And this is 2020, but my impression is the French are just going a little bit too hard at the ball, and they're only experiencing intermittent success when it comes to hitting the ball, and it's often with luck. That is rather fuller and inviting the shot, driven successfully straight of the sweeper, and they'll pick up 2. After 4 overs, France 26 for 2.
A good over for Romania, but going back to the drop catch, Vlasiei has one of the safest pair of hands in this ground.
Well, potentially in Romania, you could argue.
I said in the ground. At the moment, he's one of the safest fielders in the Romanian side. But it happens with the big players also, some big names also. So even Virat Kohli miss the straight ones sometimes. But looks like it's Rinku coming for his 3rd over.
Yep, sticking with the tactic that's got them to this final, bowling the overs through, and that's rather more delicately played for once on this occasion. So the chat in the middle as hope, just looking to run that one down and rotate the strike, but didn't get got the inside half of the bat on it, which prevented it from getting away with timing. Shorter, pulled straight. Shows how much time Rahim Gul Nasiri had, and picked out mid-on, no run.
The back of lane delivery, tried to go over Taranjit Singh, who's fielding at mid-on, but only managed to hit straight to him.
This is hit over the offside ring. Still in the power play, so Romania have elected to protect the leg side a little bit more. They have got a deep square leg, and they've got a 3rd. So open pastures. Once you got it over the offside ring, it was always going to run away for 4. And France go into the 30s. Field a deep square, not quite the same colour as the other players in the team. A slightly off yellow, almost a highlighter pen yellow, you could have called it.
Well, you know, I'm kind of like colorblind.
Can you not see the man at deep square legs got slightly different type of yellow? And red, in fact. Less vibrant. Maybe his mother did his washing for him. And that is struck on the pad. He would have to have moved in from that angle. I suspect he'd either pitched outside leg or would have missed off. But not given much thought. Suleiman Saeed didn't need much time to turn that one down. Big Suleiman from Reggio Emilia in Italy. He's come over this week as a guest of the Romanian Cricket Federation to broaden his extensive experience, and aiming to get that 2 square on the leg side, too wide and too full to play the shot, and misses out completely. 30 for 2 after 5.
Once again, it's a good over from Irfan Hossain Rinku. And talking about intent, we can still see the French batsmen are going for it and giving everything behind the shot.
Well, I wonder whether they're under strict instructions, because their captain, Mohammed Dawood Ahmadzai, made a strange comment at the toss when I questioned the exclusion of Lingeswaran Kanisan after his match-winning 36 not out of 20 balls from memory in the last qualifying match, last match of the group, the 10th. And he openly admitted that he wanted Lingeswaran in the side, but he was overruled by his coach. I thought that was unusually open. Gave us a bit of insight into the management of the French team. That's leg side wide to start off this over from Manmeet Kohli. That was never really threatening the correct area. So I wonder whether perhaps now that the 11 is how it is, they've also been instructed to go hard by the coach. Shojul, how do you feel about a captain at the toss, or after the toss, openly admitting that he didn't have a player he wanted in his 11 wasn't in the 11? Is that unusual, do you think?
That sounds quite unusual, but it should be a secret inside the team meetings, but shouldn't have been revealed in front of the camera.
Does display some lack of harmony.
Once again slashed away and slashed over the infield from the offside. One bounce and over the boundary. 4 runs. Rahim Gul Nasri is looking to free his arms at the moment.
It's the last over of the power play, and there'll be absolutely no reason for them to change how they've been doing it so far. They're committing to a tactic. It'll be interesting to see whether that changes once the field goes back after this over.
Well, to be honest, it was a full-length delivery outside of asking for punishment, and the batsman just threw his bat at it, and it went all the way. So Rahim Gul Nasri moves on to 14 of 12.
Yeah, just some drinks coming on. I was spending a bit of time looking for the ball. I think Imran Heda is in the end has allowed the drinks. We've had a substitution in the chair to our left. Abdul Shakur has left us.
Joined by Taranjit Singh.
And Taranjit Singh has decided to take this break. Well, even Suleiman Saeed. Correction, that's not Suleiman over there. I thought it was one of the umpires had left the field for one moment. I think that's our integrity officer, Naveed, who's he's made his way halfway down the bank. We can still see his top half, and he's just waved, I think, to indicate that the ball's been located. They really did speed away over that offside outfield. I mentioned on previous days we got banking, lovely banking on this ground with sprinkles of buttercups, I would think they are, or some other type of yellow seed. It's 2/3 of the ground is surrounded by beautiful green and yellow banking, and then that remaining third just falls away towards the lake, which logically is on lower ground. We have got the ball back now. 4 balls remaining of this power play.
A good comeback delivery from Manmeet Kohli. Just the batsman in the end checked his shot.
Yeah, certainly better length and better line from the preceding delivery. He won't need to be told that. I never like being told that. I was bowling. He knows his previous ball just allowed too much opportunity for Rahim Gul Nasiri to extend those limbs, belted away.
And this time, drifting down the leg side, and Rahim Gul Nasiri swivels it around for another boundary.
Well, even one of his teammates heard him saying bad ball there, and he's absolutely right. He's overcompensated from 2 balls ago, where it was full and wide of off stump, and he's just short of a length outside the line of leg stump. And meat and drink for Rahim Gul Nasiri. Just tucked it away for 4. It's now a long leg back as we approach the end of this power play.
And again, another swing and a miss. This is the line he would like to bowl at the moment, but when you're bowling in the power play, you cannot bowl deliveries like he bowled in the previous one.
He's got 1 ball to get through with the field in before the captain will be afforded more flexibility.
It was lofted over the mid-on fielder, Taranjit Singh. Kept him interested for a while, but in the end, 2 runs to finish off the over. And that's the end of the power play. And France are on 42 for the loss of 2 wickets.
2 early wickets, some rebuilding being done by this pair. I think that would just about be honours even for that power play. Score rate at 7 and just 2 wickets lost in that power play, which makes up 30% of the innings. In previous rounds we've seen the French captain Dawood Ahmadzai bowl through the power play and then switch ends and bowl 1 from the pavilion end. On this occasion he's waited until the power play's done before he brings himself off at the forest end. Brings himself on, I should say.
It's a change in the bowling. Gihan Sanjeeva replacing Irfan Hossain Rinku from the forest end. Good delivery to start off, but couldn't restrict the batsman to go for a single. The field is has been spread and the power play is finished. So we can see 3 men in the onside and 2 on the offside patrolling the boundary for the left-hander. Cut away into the gap. Good attempt by the fielder, but in the end it was always going away from him and went all the way for a boundary. Just use the pace of the bowler, and the 30 comes up between these 2 batsmen. Good partnership of 22.
Yes, that well-known
22
phenomenon.
balls, and they have managed to score 30.
Well-known recent phenomenon. The 30 partnership rears its head again. They are important. It is an important number. I understand that 80% of these matches are won by a team that's got more batters who score
Chance
30.
of a catch. Fielder down there, but misjudged the flight completely. And in the end, it went all the way for another over boundary. So 2 back-to-back boundaries for France, and they have reached their team total of 50 runs.
Well, perhaps just desserts. It was. Apologies for getting my teams mixed up about the France captain. Of course, Romania fielding, and
again, it's lofted over the infield from the sweeper cover area and earned himself another boundary. So the total moves on to 57. And 15 runs so far in this over. 2 more deliveries to go. Rahim Gul Nasiri moves on to 34 of 19.
Well, that drop catch was very reminiscent of the 2 that Guillen himself dropped in the same over, in the same, twice in 3 balls he dropped catches yesterday. And he's beginning to get a bit of a taste of how that feels, because that was quite a poor fielding effort at long off. Should have made more of the opportunity.
Well, let me remind you, it was today, this morning.
Gihan,
yes.
the days are merging into one. Now, not just the teams, the days are merging into one. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's been a long tournament.
Down the leg side, sloppy bowling from Gihan Sanjeeva.
This over is not going well. Chance to set the field back at the end of the power play and just get through a few consolidatory overs has been spurned in this one. Does manage to finish with a dot. I thought we might have had a run out or overthrows. There are a world of possibilities there, but in the end it's 17 off the over from Gihan Sanjeeva.
End of the over. After 7 over, France are on 59 for 2. And we might see more changes in the bowling.
Well, it's the strong-shouldered action of Ramiz Khan. It looks like he's going to take up the attack from the pavilion end. Mentioned before, doesn't get a lot out of his run-up, but there's an explosion at the end. Strong-looking lad. And generates his pace from that strong set of shoulders. It's really got this innings going. That's partly due to the fielding, partly due to some loose, sloppy bowling. But getting 17 off that over has kick-started this innings for France, and you now feel that they're in the box seat for setting a meaningful score.
There's a chance of a catch at the long on boundary, but didn't carry.
Yeah, barely pitched outside the 30-yard circle, and so Vishka probably would have had to have made a full 20-yard sprint to get to where the ball landed. In the end, decided that safety was more important. Stopping the boundary, limiting the damage to 1 run from quite a short delivery.
Umair Mustafa will be facing his 11th delivery of this innings. And good bowling from Ramiz Khan. Coming back to bowl 3rd time in this over. And it will be a boundary. It was lofted over the bowler's head, and it went all the way for a boundary.
Yeah, it was always looked like it was going to have too much on it to be cut off, even though there's a long and a long off. The long off in my perspective, just a bit wider, long and a bit straighter. But it went just straight over the bowler's head and ran away for 4.
And again, edged away towards the 3rd man boundary. And there will be Gihan, who has cut off it for a single.
I'm going to give Mustafa Omar the benefit of the doubt there, and I'm going to say that he opened the face of the bat and ran it down. Not a genuine edge in my opinion, but maybe I'm being generous.
Well, you should ask for the batsman. He will say, I aced it perfectly.
He'll say, oh, ran it off the face.
Tries to cut it behind the gully fielder, the catching position, but couldn't manage to put some contact with the bat. A dot ball in the end. Coming to bowl the possible final delivery of this over. He is up against Rahim Gul Nasiri. Pulled away on the onside. There is a fielder, but he won't be able to get nowhere near the ball, and a maximum to finish off the over.
Also brings up the 50 partnership with that shot. 54 now from 32 balls, and this is the partnership that's putting France at this time on top in this match. Advantage France, 71 for 2 off 8. Wonder whether Gihan Sanjeewa will be given a second over, having gone for 17 of his first. We've now had 12 off that one. Just trying to work out what... Yeah, Suleiman Sari getting a little bit hot under the collar. So I think that they've asked for a change of gloves, which seems to have become an unauthorised drinks break. So completely with Suleiman on that one. It's important to keep the game moving at all times. And as predicted, Gihan Sanjeewa has not been given a second over after conceding 17 on his first. And the captain himself is going to take that responsibility of stemming this flood of runs that's come in the last 2 overs ever since the power play finished. We've had 29 off the last 2 overs.
And started off well is Vasu Saini. Just beats past the outside edge of the batsman and went straight to the keeper. Another dot ball. Umar Mustafa. And again pushed into the gap. Eventually straight to the fielder. And overthrow.
Yeah, I think needless overthrow, because I didn't see that as a realistic chance of a run out. There was no one at the stumps. There was no one able to back up apart from the boundary fielder. And there was plenty of time to complete the second run, which was the overthrow.
I completely agree with you. Vasu Saini. And bowls another good delivery. No feet movement, but just trying to stand and deliver in the process.
There might have been a little bottom edge on that, because it seemed to die on the way to the keeper, so it's possible that there was a potential of a drag on. I think he might just have feathered it down with the bottom edge of the bat.
Coming down the wicket and smashing it over the long on fielder's head for another maximum. It was Gihan Sanjeewa on the long on boundary, but he had no chance.
They will insist on having one of the shortest men in the team on the long on boundary. He's made that large bank behind him, makes him look even smaller, and so did that 6.
Punched away on the offside. Hit straight to the fielder at sweeper cover. Irfan Hussain was feeling at the deep extra cover. He will cut it off by the time the batsmen change their ends for a single. Vasu Saini coming in into the block hole and fielded off his own bowling. So 9 overs completed. France are on 80 for 2 at the moment.
Just to lend some context to this innings from Rahim Gul Nasiri, this is his 12th T20I international. For this innings, his highest score was 17 and he averaged 5.42. In fact, he has scored more runs in this innings than the other 11 T20I internationals in his career put together. So, standout innings, breakthrough innings for Rahim Gul Nasiri. He would dearly love to convert this into a 50 and then go well beyond after that. Time will tell.
Last over before drinks. Ramiz Khan is coming on to bowl. Umair Mustafa, top edge. Fielder coming under it. And in the end, 3 fielder was going for it. And nobody came close to it.
And there was nearly a run out, and I'm going to say it again, I've said it before. A lot of ball watching with the ball in the air. The batsmen are really too fascinated in the outcome of the skied ball. There's plenty of time for a comfortable second. In the end, they had to scramble the second because they were both standing watching to see whether the catch was going to be completed. You can't do anything to change that. Just you'll soon find out whether it was caught. Just get your head down and run. Happens at many levels of the game.
Once again pushed into the gap for a single. But I think it was Tarindu who was the closest towards the last ball. But in the end, he couldn't also manage to get close to the ball. Just looking at each other and letting it fall in between.
Well, I think looking at each other is a bit harsh. You made a tremendous effort to get to the ball. They're so difficult when they come over your shoulder. In the end, actually, the dive was a valiant effort, but finishing well away from him.
And once again, it's picked up. And picked up nicely. Over deep backward square leg for another maximum. Rahim Gul Nasiri moves on to 48 of 25.
He has 48, 10 more runs than he'd scored in his entire T20 international put together before this innings. So this really is probably a life's best innings at the right time. Just the right time for France. Do it in the final.
Yes, indeed. Fuller length delivery. A low full toss. Outside off stump. Dragged it towards the leg side and towards the cow corner. It's a boundary. A better effort was needed from the fielder to stop the boundary. But I think it was Avishka.
52 off 26 balls with 7 fours and 3 sixes. Just again for context, 7 fours and 3 sixes. This for a man who's a specialist bowler. For this match, 3 fours and 2 sixes in his entire 2020 international career. This is one of those purple patches that Romania would not have been planning for.
Big shout. But the other player was not looking so much convinced. Only the bowler went up. He was quite animated. But in the end, Mr. Imran Haider made the right decision.
Last ball before the drinks break.
Slashed away. And it went straight to the fielder at the backward point. A single to finish off the 10th over, and it will be drinks. France are on 95 for 2.
And that score of 95 for 2 means that the owners of the first half of this innings are France. Definitely to their advantage now. Great platform to push on. At least double that score in the first half. They'll be entertaining thoughts of getting into the 200s. Romania, of course, will rue the dropped catch at long on. Well, I'm not even sure the fielder got a hand on it in the end. Possibly, certainly made a lot better effort of it. And from there, after 2 early wickets, France in the ascendancy on 95 for 2. Drinks have been administered and players just getting ready to restart. Helmet coming on, so that's been something that was discussed by the Romania coach, Ramesh Rasitan. Came on in his shorts. Was not long off being a player, Ramesh, now coaching this team. We are bringing you coverage of the final of the ECA European Cup 2026 from the Moara Vlasiei ground near Bucharest, Romania, where the last two teams standing are the hosts and France, who finished top of the group. After 10 matches, 5 teams. My name's Andrew Elliott, and I'm in the company of Asif Mahmoud Shojol, who has been my company for this and the last 3 days. We're going to see a switch at the forest end. It's going to be Mohamed Nazmus Sakib, who will be bowling his little left arms, running through between the umpire and round the wicket. Ready to get play underway after drinks. And it's a respectful start from Mustafa Omar. And one thing we do know about Shakib is that he looks to rush through his overs, keep the pressure, but that's not going to keep the pressure because it's lofted, had the room to free his arms and is lofted over extra cover with some fade on it in golf terms to go away for 6.
Yeah, it was a flighted delivery outside off stump, asking for trouble. Had a decent last match, but this time he has been taken to the cleaners at the moment.
Yes, so first ball respectively played, second one opportunity seized upon. This time goes full and straight and nurdled away for a single. Off the bat, confirmed by Suleiman Saeed. All change in the outfield for the left-hander. Over the wicket to the left-hander. And well bowled. Just cramping Rahim Gul Nasiri, the man sent up the order. Normally a bowler, but this move has emphatically paid off. And we questioned at the time why Christian Roberts hadn't come in at number 4. The brains behind the French team will say that they got this one absolutely right, judging by the stats of Rahim Gul Nasiri. This time he gets a full toss, and there was a chance. It did get to the fielder on the full, but he couldn't get his hands underneath it, and it went away. It was come back to that. Not quite sure what this clapping's about, other than perhaps his 50 was missed by his teammates, and they're pretending that those 2 runs have got into his 50. I'm slightly confused. We appear to have 2 fielders out there with number 14 on their shirt. Yeah, we just need to get that clarified, because this might have deceived me. The man who couldn't get to that catch is wearing the number 14 shirt, which we have down as the keeper, Mohammed Aryan, who is also wearing the number 14. Okay. Yes, it's unfortunately it's a rather tacky piece of tape. It's Taimur Nasir, the man who couldn't get underneath the catch. And I think he had a piece of tape which has fallen off, so that's rather... I'm going to use the word village. I'm afraid there's no other word for it. Having two men on the field with the same shirt number is, look up village in a cricket dictionary and you'll have 2 men with the same shirt number on the field.
It's 114, I guess, on his back.
No, that's 14. There's no other, nothing else, unless it's about 2 centimetres high. The other one.
In comes Tarindo, the new bowler.
And that's lofted straight, long on, will get around. It's very well fielded by Vlasiei. He's awkward, never in with a chance of getting the catch, but it bounced quite full from his perspective, and good pair of hands to restrict that to a single. So we had 2 things and 2 balls there that had the V word attached, didn't it? Clapping your teammates 53 because you forgot to clap them on 50. And 2 men on the field with the same shirt number. We're going to get these things sorted out. And there's a confident appeal for LBW, which is upheld. So that is the end of Rahim Gul Nasiri's effort up the order. It has worked emphatically, but all good things come to an end. And he is dismissed. LBW to Tarindu's second ball of this final. And he goes off for a well-made 50. So, well done, Rahim Gul Nasiri. We'll just see on the replay as Tarindu comes round the wicket. Does straighten on Lyman middle stump, and I suspect that wasn't going to get past the leg stump despite the angle from round the wicket. It's actually one of the few that we've seen turn this week on this artificial surface. But turn it did, and that was the crucial element to get the LBW decision in his favour. So well done, Tarindu, and well done, Imran Haider, for getting that one right. It does finally bring Christian Roberts to the crease. Wasn't required to bat or bowl in France's semi-final victory. So comprehensive, was it?
Yeah, definitely. It was a one-sided game in the end.
This will be perhaps. France management, 8.5 overs of Christian Roberts could be very good. He starts by chipping it through the vacant mid-off to get off the mark with a single.
Good bowling from Tarindu so far. 2 runs and a wicket from the 3 deliveries that he bowled.
And that's lofted leg side behind square. There is a man there who eventually gets hold of it, then throws in athletically. Good hard flat throw. And you may be able to hear on the microphone, chance of very good bowling. Going around the ground from the fielders. And Avishka's position at long on was being tinkered with, probably a more accurate description. But that ball goes down to long on to Vlasiei, who's exerting his captaincy influence from afar at the moment. Minimum 4 men in the ring. And that's slog swept. Should have been taken by Saqib at mid-wicket, and in terms of should have been fielded cleanly. But the misfield allows a single. And after 12 overs, it's 110 for 3. So 2 overs into the second mini session. Wicket for Romania, but the French team continue to tick the runs over, going at just over 9 per over. As with 8 wickets to go, Saqib continues from the forest end.
Yes, absolutely. So far it's a very good start for the Frenchman. And Saqib is coming on to bowl his second over.
Short of a length, and Christian Roberts will feel he should have done a lot better with that. That was a long hop. And I think he almost his eyes lit up too much. Apologies, Mustafa Omar will feel he should have put that away with ease. Missed it completely. That doesn't look to do the standard error of trying to hit the next ball even harder. Just works with what he's got. Oh, and he's taken a nasty one in the small of the back as that ball came in on the bounce, skipped over the slightly harder ground on the square, and could hear the slap into his back from this distance, even with the headphones on. So I think we'll have a small or short delay rather. I'll probably get some spray and a rub down.
That hurts. It was an ouch moment for Umair Mustafa.
The production team have done well to pull the image back to the long lens. Quite a lot of skin being shown out on the side of the match pitch at the moment. But yeah, it was painful. But then like it will have hit the fleshy part rather than the spine itself. Fleshy part either side. The medic is just decided whether to come on. He's hovering at the boundary's edge. He seemed to have been summoned, but maybe he's been waved back by Mustafa Omar. So this now Mustafa Omar's second highest score in T20 internationals. Remember when he scored his unbeaten century the other day? It beat a previous best of 33. This now also beats that. So he's now on his way to a 50 to accompany that 100 in his T20 international stats. We're ready to go again, thankfully, after that body strike. And doesn't seem too much the worse for that hit, as plays that with power and freedom down to long off for a single.
Yeah, that was a power to the long off fielder. Wasted too much energy for a single.
Take them all how they come. That's stroked away. Extra cover. It will be cut off. 2 more runs. Doubles Christian Roberts' score. But all in all, this has been a steady over from Mohammad Nazmud Saqib. Diminutive man. Suleiman Saeed towers over him as he comes through between the umpire and the stumps. Just 5 runs off this over with 1 legal delivery remaining. He would love to get out of this over without further damage. Making room, finds the extra cover. So it is 5 runs conceded off that. An excellent 13th over from Mohammad Saqib.
Yes, indeed, it was a very good over. And France are on 115 for the loss of 3 wickets after 13 overs, and we can see some spectators coming in the ground to enjoy the match.
Yes, just over our left shoulder in the bleachers. They all seem remarkably well dressed, so I would think that some of them here are in an official capacity of some sort, or as guests. Yes, it'd be nice to see as Mustafa Omar tries a slog sweep into the lake. Ends up with a rather ungainly miss. Not far from the stumps at all. So just 1 over there, which went for 5 runs, and this innings already feels a little bit different. One felt the France were running away with this innings. A nice tight over from Saqib. Just changed the complexion a little. Torindo only went for 5 off his first over, and there's a skied ball. Can't get around from backward point. For that, it seemed just to hang in the air. Another huge shot attempted, not the correct contact.
Oh yes, you're right. He was eyeing to go over the side screen, but in the end getting a top edge. Just scoping it to the third man region for a single.
Short and punched along on. So this is a 3rd good over from the Romanian perspective. Just 2 off 3 in this over. So there's 2 good overs after drinks from the French point of view, and now perspective switches to Romania as that's hit powerfully but cut off by Avishka at long off. Seemed to speed away. There's plenty of scope for a misfield and a boundary, but he fielded it cleanly and got rid of it quickly to restrict the scoring to a single. Again, well timed, but one of those anomalies of cricket, timed so well that only a run was scored, whereas a mistimed shot may have produced 2.
I hit it too well at the moment. At that time.
Oh, there goes. Looks to go over long on, despite having Vlasiei there. So Torindo now has 1 for 9 off 2 overs. Excellent figures from him. And we'll see where maybe these spin twins can whirl away and get through quite a few overs. Got 5 overs left between them. And there are 6 overs left in this France innings, 119 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling from both ends. From Torindo, already bowled 2 overs, conceded only 9 runs and picked up a valuable wicket of the said batsman, and Najmul Saqib has bowled 2 overs, conceded only 15.
First ball is chipped towards extra cover, teasingly, but Vlasiei couldn't get there. Captain, if things continue to go as they are, would you be tempted just to keep the spinners on?
Why not, when they're doing great?
A little bit wider, arms freed, but again picks out. Well, the fielder had 10 yards to move to his right and manages to restrict it to just a single. Again, I'd question whether they could have got 2 if they'd gone hard and straight away.
Well, you should always take the first run hard. So if there's a fumble in the deep, you get an opportunity to steal a second one. But there was no intent that time.
Looks to loft over mid-wicket. Hit on the back pad, so these good overs. 13th, 14th and 15th. So far, these overs going the way of Romania, and there's another player miss. Well, it started off like this, and France look to be looking to go huge again, and I'm wondering whether if they look to work the ball around more, they might be scoring at a better rate, because it's all or nothing at the moment. Once again, and long on is in play, and takes the catch. Completely mistimed by Mustafa Omar, so he doesn't get his second 50-plus score of this tournament and of his career, because he has holed out to wide long on 44, and France are 120 for 4 with 1 ball remaining of the 15th.
Well, as you can see in the replay, it was flighted there, and Mustafa Omar tried to go over the long on, but there was Taranjit Singh, who takes a very comfortable, well-judged catch. And that brings up Kamran Ahmadzai, the new batsman.
Yes, a large figure of Kamran Ahmadzai comes out. He's expected the spin bowling to continue, because he's come out in a cap, which is quite refreshing to see. And 1 for 16 off 2.5 overs. Context of where the scoring rate was and where it still is at just above 8 is creditable effort to Saqib. He will come in for what he hopes will be the last ball of his 3rd over. Once Kamran Ahmadzai is ready, which he now appears to be. And that will be squirted, and is squirted, off the toe end. Well, they get, again, a needless overthrow. Kamran Ahmadzai, from my perspective, had not left his crease, and there was an awkward throw at the base of the stumps, which Mohamed Arian couldn't collect, and a gifted overthrow to finish the 15th over with the score on 121 for 4.
A very good over from Najmul Saqib comes to an end. 2 runs in that over, included 1 overthrow, an unnecessary overthrow, and a wicket. So the spin twins are doing quite great at the moment. And in comes Tarindu.
Yes, receives a shabash from Taranjit Singh, who's covering some good yards from long on to long on. And it's Tarindu who will start the 16th over.
Flighted delivery, and it was in the slot, and the batsman thrashed it through the cover fielder, and it will be a boundary to start off the proceedings of the 16th over. Kamran Ahmadzai. Once again a flighted delivery in the slot, and it will be another boundary. 1 bounce over the fence So back-to-back boundaries for Kamran Ahmadzai. Tarindu under a bit of pressure at the moment. A better delivery this time, but still couldn't manage to stop the batsman to go for a single. Coming again, Tarindu. And there's a chance of a catch. Fielder coming under it. And he's gone. Christian Roberts has to walk back after scoring 7 of 10 deliveries that he faced. And the Spain twins continues to trouble the French batsman. As you can see in the replay, flighted delivery. He tried to go over the long off fielder. And he has to walk back.
Yes, you can just see my colleague Shujul's out signal coming from above the monitor, showing his neutral attitude to this particular final. Roberts thought he was more to the pitch, but didn't quite get there. The bat came through a little bit early, hence skying that one. But it took some catching, but it was caught. So it's finally the 5th wicket down for France. They are now on 130 for 5 with 2 balls left of the 16th.
Good bowling from Tarindu. And Nasiri Jamshed, the new batsman. He'll be up against Tarindu, who's bowling pretty well at the moment. And once again, it was up in the air. It was in the air for a while. It was a chance for the bowler, but in the end it was too far away from him.
Yes, no chance of getting that. Just a little chip, but a tentative start. 2 men batting in caps, which is nice.
Cut away into the gap, and a challenge dive, I would say, by the fielder.
Yeah, they did get 2 finally on this occasion.
And that completes the 16th over.
And the spin phase appears to be over because Kamran Ahmadzai has asked for his helmet, as indeed has Nasiri Jamshed, who's been out there for all of 2 balls. So we are going to be seeing seam. It is compulsory in 2020 internationals to wear a helmet to any type of seam bowler. And it will be the return of, I believe, Rinku. Irfan Rinku will complete his spell, having bowled 3 overs through the power play. We've seen this tactic a few times this week. You would often see him bowl in the 19th over instead of the 17th, being the last over from the end, his preferred end, but he's come back 1 over earlier than you'd expect him to.
Right. In the uncomfortable part of the batsman. This time try to swivels it around, and looks like he's in a bit of discomfort on the non-striking end.
Well, someone's running out with some water, and I don't actually know what we've got 2 people. We've got 2 people running out. I mean, maybe you could argue 1 each, perhaps 1 each. I'm not going to go further than that, but I don't know what 2 people can achieve that 1 person can't in this situation. Perhaps you can shed some light on this. No, it would appear not. You can't explain this phenomenon. We've actually got a medic coming out
I can.
with a backpack.
Maybe he can do something.
Well,
No, he's
some type of masseurs, perhaps.
he's up on his feet.
So,
I think he don't want the massage.
well, you see the medic with the backpack's nearly as big as the medic, because he's not a big chap. Some water's come out, taken advantage of the situation and brought some water out for the keeper, Mohammed Arian, and dare I say it, one ball gone.
Irfan Hussain going for the last over of his spell, and punched into the gap, calling for 2, and that's good running between the wicket by the French batsman.
Yeah, especially good running from the non-striker, considering what he's been through in this over. He was just bouncing up and down on his toes as the bowler was running in, just to make sure that everything was in the right place. And he all seems to be well, judging by the speed with which he ran through for those 2.
Well, if it's not, he wouldn't have been calling for the second. So that means...
Oh, I think we've got a substitution. Someone's limping off. It looks like it's Manmeet Kohli has been substituted. So he will have another substitute is straight into the action. That's Pratham Hingorani, who's fielded that ball. Manmeet Kohli has still got an over to bowl in his spell, having bowled through the power play. He'll be keen for him to get back on the field within 8 minutes, so that he's eligible to bowl straight away. That's the time constraint for these 2020 internationals. Slower ball, gets hit on the thigh. So that's Kamran Ahmadzai's second leg bye of the over. The second one being not as eventful as the first.
It all went the same direction, but in the end he managed to get it on the other parts of the body.
Yes, same direction but from a different source.
Definitely. And this one swung away back past the bowler, but there was Taranjit Singh and the long out boundary to cut it off for a single, and in comes Kamran Ahmadzai.
Looks like Manmeet Kohli has made it away, and the neutral medic is now treating him in the bus shelter.
Pulled away on the onside. There is a fielder there, and he won't be able to stop it. There was a deep mid-wicket in place, but it was hit well enough to get past him for a boundary to finish off the 17th over. And France are on 142 for the loss of 5 wickets. So the last 3 exciting over coming on.
And we'll say Manmeet Kohli did not look good as he was walking off. It could have been cramp, in which case it can be dealt with quite quickly. If it is cramp, it won't count as an external injury. So to be eligible to bowl, he'll want to probably get on at the end of this over. That way he'll only been off for an over and a half, which should equate to 6 or 7 minutes. But now they've got the neutral physio involved, the medic involved, so he's not directly connected to the Romania team. He's here for all teams, and he's getting very involved in stretching that left leg out, as we can see over to our right. Ramiz Khan is going to resume from the pavilion end. Took some tap in his first 2 overs. He'll be looking to rescue those figures.
Chance of a catch, and there will be a run out, and he missed it. How can you miss this?
Well, it's not just that he missed it, it's the fact that he had so much time to get himself. He possibly even had time to run to the stumps himself. And he was completely off balance, and I'm hearing shouts from the boundary. Why was no one communicating? Someone just had to shout out time. That's all they needed for him to realise He had so much time to complete that run out. Yes, his weight was going away from the action, but he could have steadied himself, done a simple overnight coconut shy throw.
He had 3 stumps to aim at.
Well, he probably didn't even need to release it anywhere near that. He potentially had time to run to the stumps. So, big opportunity missed.
Definitely. And Kamran Ahmadzai to face his 8th delivery. And it was into the block hole. A good delivery. Thinking of a second. There was another miscommunication between the 2 batsmen. And another possibility of run out, but in the end.
Just on Kohli watch, he appears to... I don't know what's happened here. What's going on here? He's just come on without permission in the middle of an over. Oh, I don't like the look of that at all. He just got up from his place and just ran straight onto the field.
Maybe they've asked the umpire. Guess what the officials. And it was well outside the off stump.
There maybe was some communication from the 3rd umpire out to the on-field umpires, but it just doesn't look good. Anyway, 1 for the memory banks. Back to the main game.
Ramiz Khan. This one swung on the leg side. The unprotected part of the boundary. There was no one fielding in the deep backward square leg. And a couple of bounds to get it over the fence. Another boundary for Nasiri Jamshed. He moves on to 10 of 8.
There's some more traffic on here. Just seen as before, standards need to be maintained up to the last ball of a final. Whether it's one-sided, whether it's close, standards need to be maintained. And I'm just checking, as the pressure comes on, I'm seeing more things happen that perhaps don't need to be happening.
A good shot from Nasiri Jamshed. A lovely shot to bring up another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Nasiri Jamshed. He moves on to 14 of 9. And Ramiz Khan has been expensive so far. He has bowled 2.5 deliveries and conceded 36 runs. And again swung back past him. But this time there will be Taranjit Singh cutting it off to keep it for a single. After 18, 153 for 5.
Yes, so figures not retrieved for Ramiz Khan. He's been really expensive in this innings, going at over 12 per over. With 2 overs to go, you would think, and 5 wickets in hand, you would think that France would be thinking in terms of 180. It is the aforementioned Manmeet Kohli who's actually going to switch ends. Ball from the Forest end. We'll see what his movement is like. As he was, he walked off the field 10 minutes ago, seemed like a man who was never going to walk again. But he's had a new lease of life. All eyes on him as he comes in to bowl the first ball of this 19th over.
Manmeet Kohli coming from the Forest end for the final over of his spell. Back of lane delivery. It's lofted in the air. Taranjit Singh setting under it and taking it comfortably in the end. A very well judged catch from Taranjit Singh to dismiss Nasiri Jamshed. He departs for 16 of 11.
I would say Nasiri Jamshed there was done for lack of pace. It was a very ginger approach from Coley. He really didn't get through his action in the crease, just testing out that cramp, and it works as well. You can still see he's stretching out that left leg, so he's not entirely comfortable, but it worked to his advantage on that occasion because, say, the lack of pace had Nasiri through the shot before the ball arrived and didn't have enough on it to clear the boundary.
Yes, it is. There was a lack of pace. He was beaten for pace, actually. A lack of pace, so...
Brackets lack of, yeah.
Yeah. So, Numan Amjad is up against Manmeet Kohli, who's bowled well this match so far. And again, good delivery from Kohli.
Yes, managed to get through his action slightly better there. Still not entirely comfortable. Still see him flexing that left leg. In fact, he might have got it in both legs because looks like he's working on the right leg as well. Just comes down, touches his toes. And he's probably just feeling slightly looser ball by ball.
Numan Amjad to face his second delivery. Comes down the wicket. Missed by the batsman and missed by the keeper. We need to wait for the signal from the umpire. And it's missed by the batsman also. So 2 extra runs added in the total. And the scoreboard moves on to 155. Possible for delivery of this over coming up. Full length delivery. The batsman went across his stumps and couldn't manage to have any contact with the ball. Went straight to the keeper. 2 more deliveries to go. Manmeet Kohli. Back of lane delivery. Good smart bowling from Manmeet Kohli, the bowler.
Just a check here, because as you can see on our screen, we've only got 5 balls on screen. I did see the 2 umpires signal 2 to each other. It felt like it was quite early in the over, but it's possible that everyone missed one earlier in the over, other than the on-field umpires. Let's assume that they're correct. And the cap has been tentatively taken from the bowler. So it was definitely a wicket first ball. And yeah, unfortunately the on-field umpires have miscounted on this occasion.
Okay, 1 more delivery to go.
Just mentioned it 5 minutes ago, didn't I? The type of things that happen when it comes down to the proper business end of the tournament. Strange things start to happen. Manmeet Kohli would have thought that he'd got through that over without worsening his injury. Of course, he's in the side for his bowling, so he's going to be able to, he will hope, get off the field in 7 balls time and get further treatment. It looked like it was only cramps, so nothing serious.
It's coming on to bowl. Possible final delivery. And big shout. But the umpire is not, Said Suleiman is not impressed at all. And that will be over at last.
Well, you say he didn't impress. I think he gave that quite a bit of thought, so my impression was that was close. But 155 for 6 just shows the importance of getting Manmeet Kohli back on the field. That was a really good over. We were talking in terms of 180 just one over ago. That shows you how much he's got that. It's looking a lot more distant now. We have seen 25 scored off and over in this tournament, but it's a big ask to expect it now. They should probably reel their expectations back into somewhere closer to 170 now for this innings. It will still be a really good total in a final to get on the board and justify their decision to bat first.
Ramiz Khan is coming on to bowl. And there was a chance of a catch. But a valiant effort from Avishka at long off.
Well, he ran right in front of us, so we could see just how flat it was. It was coming hard. It would have been a brilliant catch if he'd pulled it off.
Absolutely.
There was just too much heat on it
I
to
think
draw.
the long off need to be a bit straighter.
He says, hint, hint.
And again, it swung away on the leg side and went comfortably over Taranjit Singh for a maximum. Keep him interested for a while.
Yes, it doesn't really matter where your long on and long off are if you can hit it that cleanly. Once again, we had that lovely crack off the bat. Lovely if you're a France supporter. Not so great if you're behind Romania, because that was always going to head for six.
Swung away on the onside. And directed, and he has to walk back. Directed from the deep, from the fielder Irfan, and he has to walk back towards the pavilion. Kamran Ahmadzai, after scoring 24 of 11. Long walk back towards the pavilion, but he has played a good knock, a good cameo innings.
Yes, it was one big man bowling to the other, and an ambitious second, which ended up being over-ambitious. It was a really good decision, actually, because even slowed down, you could see how close that was, but it was the correct decision, so kudos to Suleiman Saeed, getting that one right at full speed.
Ramiz Khan to bowl the possible fourth delivery of the last over this innings.
Notice our graphic doesn't show the one run scored for the run out, because the head score does. But it is 9 runs so far scored off this over, off 4 balls, so 170 still very much on the cards. Ramiz Khan will be looking to prevent the half century coming up against his name, and that will go a long way to helping. Bye, not achieved. Pops, that's a gamble that came 1 ball too early, because it now means man will come on strike, who has yet to face a ball in this innings, will have to do the best that he can with the last ball. So it's a very good final over despite the 6 for Romania. So they look to further limit this France score. So I don't think that was really on. And good work from Mohamed Aryan behind the stumps. So 2 run-outs in this over. What has Ramiz Khan got in store for this last ball? Just short of a length, and Rahmatullah Mangal could well be it's actually gone to the bowler's end, and there's a bit of a fumble. I was looking at the striker's end, ball went to the bowler's end, and 2 runs have been completed off the last ball, so the score for France. 166, sorry, well, yes, correction, 166 for 8 off their 20 overs. You can see there Rahmgul Nasiri, his first substantial score of any type in a 2020 international, 54 off 31. Bowling steady throughout. Ramiz Khan, well, bowled a good last over, which has just helped to partially rescue his figures. 0 for 48 off 4. That innings has overrun due to various issues, so we will only have 10 minutes between innings. We will see you at around about 18 minutes past the hour. This is Andrew Elliott signing off. I'll be back with schedule after this break.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's me, Asif Mahmood Shajul. We are here for the second innings of the grand finale of the ECA Men's European Cup 2026, powered by IT Teams Primaria Moara Vlasiei, Dreamcatchers Eurovision. And we are all set for the second innings of the final, and looks like Romania need 167 runs to win in the 120 legal deliveries, and it's going to be Mr. Rolex starting from the pavilion end, Rahmatullah Mangal, and he's up against Taranjit Singh, who starts with a boundary. What a way to start the match, and what a way to start the second innings.
Yes, all action as often is with Taranjit Singh and with Rahmatullah Mangal. Put that in the context, remember, only 3 days ago him bowling his first 17 balls without conceding a run against the Turks, and showing instantly that it's a different kettle of fish if you're coming up against Romania and you're coming up against Taranjit Singh. Just given a fraction of width and short of a length, and he carved it away wide of the boundary fielder, who is now going a little bit finer, and in fact there are two outfielders in that region now.
And this one pulled in front, and the mid-on fielder to the situation and cut it off, and the second ball is a dot.
So after one shot from Taranjit Singh, they decided the two men.
It's a good over so far from Rahmatullah Mangal. Mr. Rolex, you say?
Yes, it's rumours of going around the sports complex where some of the teams are playing. It's all being a bit cloak and dagger, though. We're not exactly sure what his connection to Rolex is.
And this time driven beautifully, but there is a protection at the deep backward square leg boundary. And Taranjit will retain the strike. After first over, Romania are on 5 for no loss.
Yeah, and after that boundary of the first ball, France will heave a sigh of relief that the over only went for 5 in total. We've got a helmet coming out for the keeper, and this time, despite earlier case of misidentity, it will be the captain, Mohamed Dawood Ahmadzai, who will, as is customary in this tournament, open from the forest end with his leg spin in the style of Imran Tahir. Therefore, keeper up to the stumps, and Taranjit Singh, you would have thought, will be kept in his crease by the presence of that keeper.
Yes, indeed, you're correct. But you never know what's playing in the batsman's mind. Flighted delivery, And that has been dislodged. Back past the bowler's head for a maximum. Not the start that Dawood Ahmadzai wanted.
No, uncustomary start from him. He's been generally accurate. Everyone knows that it's notoriously difficult to bowl accurate leg breaks. Very, very complicated art. But he is in the main been accurate, but he hopefully hasn't set the tone with that first delivery.
Coming up for the second delivery. And again, picked up. And picked up for another maximum from the long on region. Back-to-back success for Taranjit Singh. He moves on to 17 of 8.
Yeah, message being laid down emphatically by Taranjit Singh. He's taken all the balls in this innings so far, and he's getting his side off to a great start.
And again, it was a chance, but it's never easy when you're on your follow-through.
No, but he got himself into a good position. He got down to it, and he would have hoped from there to have clung on, but it hit the hard part of the hands and spilt out. So chance goes a-begging.
Flighted delivery this time.
Potentially there was a chance for a single to that ball, but I think Taranjit Singh is quite enjoying lining up Dawood Ahmadzai at the moment. Just an issue with his gloves, which is holding up play slightly. He's ready now.
And again, it's into the gap. Lofted into the gap, I would say. It was in the air for a while, but why should I take single when I can smash the ball like this? Good batting from Taranjit Singh. Good aggressive batting. And possible final ball of the over. And it's again played over the infield. And it's going all the way to another boundary. So boundary to finish the over. An expensive over for France. And from Dawood Ahmadzai, conceded 20 of the second over. And the scoreboard moves on to 25 after 2.
Yes, great start from Taranjit Singh. He will finally be able to lean on his bat at the non-striker's end and see how things go with his partner, Gihan, who has had a torrid time today, both with the ball and on the boundary fielding. So he will feel that he owes Romania a few runs, and he probably feels like he owes them those runs quite quickly. Mangal to bowl the second over of his spell.
Goes past the outside edge of Gihan Sanjeeva, who has been an spectator on the other side of the wicket, while Taranjit was smashing them all around.
A spectator with a good seat, though. Nice vantage point.
Well, he has got a good start in the last match against Austria, but couldn't manage to score big. And this time, 2 balls played by him has been dot so far.
At the moment, it looks like Taranjit Singh and Gihan Sanjeeva are playing on different pitches, because it looks as flat as anything when Taranjit is facing, and it's a minefield when Gihan is on strike. I don't think his footwork is very decisive yet, and that's the big thing with Taranjit, is how quickly he gets into position, makes up his mind about length and line. Let's see how he goes this ball.
And again, beats past the outside edge of Gihan Sanjeeva. Looks like he's struggling a bit at the moment against Rahmatullah Mangal.
Yes, it is a different game, isn't it? It shows you the value of someone like Taranjit Singh, who sees the ball so early, gets into position, makes it like a different sport.
Yes, indeed. When you have someone like Taranjit Singh hitting them cleanly, I would like to give him the strike back. But this time it's an outside edge. Loud appeal, and the finger has been raised of the umpire, Imran Haider, to send back Gihan Sanjeeva to the pavilion after playing 4 balls. Couldn't manage to add something on the scoreboard.
Well, I thought you were going to say you didn't manage to lay bat on any of them, but unfortunately, as we'll see on this replay, there's a fairly obvious deviation as the ball passes the bat. He did the old trick of displaying astonishment at the umpire's decision. But I think we could see there that his job at the top of the order is not completed to the satisfaction of all. It does bring the pivotal all-rounder, the Jacques Callis of the side, the man who can open the bowling and bat number 3, Irfan Hussain Rinku. He needs to provide some support to Taranjit Singh, because even with 25 off 12 balls, he can't do everything on his own. He needs someone out there helping him out if they're going to make an indent into this run chase.
And so far it's turning out to be good over for Rahmatullah Mangal, but as I said, it has been cracked over the extra cover boundary and 1 bounce over the fence. Confident looking start for Irfan Hussain Rinku.
Yes, it looks at the moment it was only Gihan Sanjeeva who was batting on that different pitch, because he has made that look extremely simple. Just extended the arms, pinged it away, great bit of timing, nearly went for 6.
Yes, he did. And again tries to go. I don't know where he was eyeing to go. But a dot ball to finish off the over. After the 3rd over, Romania are on 29 for 1.
So the point of interest now will be whether the France captain persists with his target of, or with his habit, or tactic in this competition of bowling from the pavilion end. It looks like the 20 runs he was taking for means that they're going to have a rethink, and it's a tough time to do it when you've been doing it right through the group and the semi, that you've been opening the bowling, getting through the power play. Suddenly you come out and bowl in the final and you go for 20 off your first, and you're forced into doing something differently. And that's where you can seize opportunities in finals like this. It's already, Taranjit Singh with his assault has already taken out the French team's game plan. They're going to have to go to plan B at the first opportunity.
Well, it's still early days in the innings, and that 20 run over forced the captain to bring on Noman Amjad from the forest end. But that made no difference, and Taranjit Singh is on fire at the moment. He's just watching the ball, not watching who is bowling to him. Another boundary to start off the over, and the scoreboard moves on to 33 in 3.1 over. Taranjit Singh moves on to 29 of the 13 deliveries that he faced. He's in a destructive mode today.
When is he not? This always seems to be the way that I see him bat.
And again, outside edge, running down to the 3rd man boundary, but cut off by Mustafa Omer, and it will only be a single.
This allows us to have another look at Irfan Hussain Rinku. Played that glorious shot first ball he faced, and then something a little bit less appealing to his second shot. He seemed to lose his shape completely. So which version of Rinku are we going to see from this ball?
Well, from the Romania's point of view, they would be more than happy to see the destructive version of Irfan Hussain Rinku. He's up against Noman Amjad. got a decent action. It's high up in the air. Two fielders running behind it, and managed to pull it back to roll it down from the boundary, and a couple of runs added to the tally.
Not entirely convincingly played. Looked like he struggled a bit with the bounce to control it, but got enough of the good part of the bat on it to clear the ring. And as you say, had two fielders scurrying back to retrieve that ball.
Coming in for the fourth time in this over. Pulled away towards the leg side. Got the inside part of the bat and went straight to Zakaria Atik Butt, who was fielding at the short mid wicket. A dot ball in the end. Irfan Hossain Runku moves on to 6 in the 4 deliveries that he faced. Once again, it's an inside edge and went straight again to Mohammed. Sorry, it's going to be Zakaria Atik Butt at short mid wicket. Noman Amjad coming on to bowl his possible 6th delivery in this over. And once again tried to go through the leg side, but in the end it's a dot ball to finish off the over. Romania are on 36 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Good over in the context of what had gone before, 7 runs coming from it, so France just beginning to get hold of this run rate, not leak too many. 36 off 4. Here's a decent start for Romania. It's a good platform. They'll be happy, just the happier of the two sides at this stage, I would suggest. Rahmatullah Mangal will continue. He's left his cap and Ray-Bans just on the floor, and it seems to be an issue in the middle of the pitch. Seems to be some concern about Irfan Hossain Rinku, so Taranjit Singh seems unconcerned. He's stayed up the striker's end, preparing to face his next ball. I don't think I can shed any light on this.
Well, Rahmatullah Mangal, he has been impressive so far in this tournament. Has a good height, good pace, a good run-up.
Spends a lot of time playing and training with Shakur Jr., so earns some stars for that.
And tries to go over mid-off, and 1 bounce over the fence. And it certainly looks like Taranjit Singh is batting on a different surface.
He's a strong man, isn't he? Because I don't think he entirely timed that, but it mid-off would have briefly entertained thoughts of catching that, but it sailed over him comfortably, just 1 bounce into the banking.
And again, it was a full L-line delivery, but made no difference for Taranjit Singh. He smashes it over the cover fielder, and 1 bounce over the fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Taranjit Singh. He moves on to 38 of 16.
Yep, similar result. Sort of chips the infield with good timing and strength. 1 bounce into the banking. And Rahmatullah Mangal now appears to be blaming on his disco shoes. Very distinctive fluorescent lime green trainers that he wears. Studless boots. Don't know if they might be slip-ons, because after putting them back on he hasn't done any laces up, so might be bucking the trend of using laces on cricket boots.
And again, it was a better delivery from Rahmatullah Mangal to get it past the outside edge of Taranjit Singh.
I suspect he was being beaten by a lack of bounce there, because that was slightly short of a length and ended up about 2/3 stump high from what I can tell. From this angle. So Taranjit Singh was playing for more bounce than was present. So Rahmatullah's finally got one past the edge of the bat in this over.
And again, there's a chance of a catch. Fielder coming under it. And Mr. Rolex has got the big wicket of Taranjit Singh. He departs after scoring 39 of 38 of 18 deliveries that he faced. And the second wicket falls for Romania.
Yes, big wicket is an overused expression, but it's entirely justified in this situation. You can see how well Taranjit Singh, we've said it a couple of times, it looked like he was batting on a different pitch to everyone else, was seeing the ball well, hitting it cleanly, and he just mistimed that one, as you could see on the replay, and came off the outside half of the bat, went a bit squarer than he intended, and the catch was taken with glee and to much celebration from the French and their entourage. They know they may come to look back on this match later today, and they may decide, if they get over the line, France, that that was the moment that went the furthest to them winning this one. Then it's by no means won at the moment, but they've just taken a step in the right direction.
Yes, indeed, and that brings up the captain Vasu Saini into the crease. At the moment, they need 123 more runs in 92 balls. So far, 8 runs came from this over and a wicket. Still 2 more deliveries to go.
Well, crucially, you would think they would. You'd think that they would need to get through the next 8 balls without losing another wicket. 3 wickets in the power play. We know all about that stat.
Pushed into the gap. Thinking of a run there, but went straight to the fielder. Coming back to you. Well, so far it has been the feature of this tournament, losing wickets in the power play.
Yes, this stat only really works if it's not a case of both teams losing 3 in the power play, because they're not both going to lose. It's last ball of the 5th coming up, and Vasu Saini yet to get off the mark.
Fuller length delivery. Tries to go over the bowler's head, but getting an inside part of the bat to run it down to the backward square leg for a single. And looks like Rahmatullah Mangal is struggling at the moment. He is holding his hamstring.
Yes, don't be surprised if he limps off here. Yes, he's walking not at all well. Just a man waiting on the boundary with a bib. Not sure whether that man is going to mid-wicket now. Ali's actually the sub there, which is at mid-wicket. Husnain Afzal. Rahmatullah Mangal just at the end of the bus shelter getting some treatment. I say he's getting treatment, he just seems to be lying flat on his back at the moment and everyone's looking at him.
Noman Amjad is also receiving some treatment at the bowling end.
Imagine if it was actually hot, they'd be falling like flies. It's actually been very pleasant weather throughout this tournament. Had that one rain break a couple of days ago where we only lost 5 overs. Other than that, I believe you'll be able to confirm this, having seen every ball of every match. Been no other interruptions or delays as far as I'm aware.
And I think it's going to be the captain coming again from the forest end.
This is a severe case of Taranjit avoidance. Now that he's got his man, he's happy to bring himself back into the attack, and that's a fair tactic. Got clobbered for 20 in his first over, but the man who did all that damage isn't there anymore. So he can now reset and bowl this last over of the power play into his opposing number, Vlasiei, who tucks it into the leg side and takes a fairly comfortable single, even though there's quite a deal of excitement among the French fielders.
It was a well-placed ball for a single, and
short of a length, mistimed, but he managed to get a single. Has bounced over the diminutive Dawood Ahmadzai, something that you see a lot more on artificial pitches, bouncing over fielders after the first contact with the square, the pitch. So just 2 singles to start on this over. Steady start compared to what he witnessed before when he bowled the second over of the innings. Flatter, but dealt with extremely well by Vlasiei. Just picked it off, nearly cleared up the photographer. Lands on his small parasol. He was going for cover. Well, he got the cover he needed from that parasol, and he's just adjusting, seeing there are any broken spokes. All seems to be well, so no damage to equipment. Once again, we've got an injured fielder returning in the middle of the over. So this seems more reasonable on this occasion as the ball's gone for a boundary. Would still point out that is the thing that's holding up play. So 50 up for Romania, which sounds like that's an important objective ticked off rather. Maybe the talk was, in fact, the 50 was up the previous ball, so it's one of those where the lamplight was missed. This is lofted and fielder circling underneath it. Takes it comfortably. So that is the 3rd wicket in the power play. Romania 3 down with 1 ball left of it. 54 for 3, and it's Rinku who's played the wrong shot at the wrong ball, and I'm afraid the execution was awry, and it wasn't short enough to play that ball, and that's why he struggled to get the timing on it. And it's advantage France.
oh, well, as you can see in the replay, he was trying to go a bit more square, but eventually got it straighter. It was not that short of a delivery to be pulled, but why do you need to play a risky shot when you have got already 9 runs in this over? So a bit more responsibility is needed, but that brings up Avishka Chandrashiri into the crease, and he will be up against the captain Dawood Ahmadzai.
Played well with the bats, Avishka, in this tournament, and he'll need to continue to do so, because once again we see in this European Cup the wickets column isn't looking too clever. Last ball of the power play. Played away well. That will test the fielder. It is well placed and has enough on it to get to the boundary. So 4 runs from Avishka's first ball received, 4 runs from the last ball of the power play. It is now 58 for 3.
It's absolutely a good start for Avishka Iroshan, and that completes the power play. Still 109 more runs needed in 84 legal deliveries.
Got a change of bowling at the pavilion end. And for the last time in this European Cup, umpire signals that the power play overs are done and dusted into the non-power play overs, so the fielders can drop back now. Up to 5 are allowed out, and looking around, that's exactly what they've gone for at the first opportunity. So just 4 fielders in the ring, all on the offside. And that is where that ball goes, and fortunately it gets past the short third. It was awkward to field, and it got through to run away for 4. So as we go into the second phase of this innings, that's a good start for Romania. The captain, Vlasiei, one way or another, getting it to the boundary. So despite these wickets, the scoreboard continues to tick over at a pace. That run rate just above 10. And run rate required a lot less than that. Usman Khan bowls fuller, middle and leg line, and consolidated the boundary of the ball before by taking a single to long on. Past the strike back to Avishka.
Yeah, good sensible batting from the captain, Vlasiei, getting a boundary on the first ball and nudging it for a single on the onside. Gets off the strike, and it's all now Avishka Iroshani. Pushed it off the back foot in the gap for another single. They need a partnership at this point, Romania. The required run rate is just over 7.5.
Nice full ball from Usman Khan. Back into the side after missing the last couple of games through injury. Managed to get himself up and ready for the final. Let's hope from his point of view that he maintains that fitness. He's an important cog in this bowling attack. Medium pace. Just looking to get it on the spot. And that's a full toss, which unusually Avishka fails to capitalise on. Looks rather dismayed that he's just tapped it to extra cover for a dot ball. 7 off the over coming into the last ball. It's another full toss, and this is rather better timed. Oh, and Rahmatullah Mankal he got really close to the boundary with his back foot, and then he had the rather delayed thought of releasing the ball when he was once well inside, but in the end well fielded, and it was just 8 off the over from Usman Khan, so it's fairly steady stuff. 66 for 3 off 7.
As indeed, it was a good display of ground fielding from Mustafa Mangal. And Avishka will keep the strike. And it looks like it's
We've got a change of bowling. So 2 overs for 33 from the captain, Dawood Ahmasai, and it's the hero of the batting innings, playing mainly as a bowler throughout his 2020 international history. Now back to his main role after scoring comfortably his highest score in this format. Rahi Himgul Naseri bowls his first ball just inside the guidelines. Correct call by Suleiman Saeed. It's squirted to third, so 2 dots. 2 dots on his crusade to secure the player of the match award, perhaps. On the winning side, potentially, for this final of the European Cup. Avishka not quite ready. Reloads, and that was a good ball. Cramps Avishka for room, slightly short of a length, but Manages to work it away with punchy bottom hand. Take a single to the covers.
Yeah, well played from Avishka. He moves on to 7 of 7 and brings back Vlasiei.
Another single. Dawood Ahmadzai considers the underarm shy to run out, but thinks better of it. So this has been a good over for France. Started with the bat, really good start with the ball. Just 2 or 4 balls so far. Can he win the over? Well, that's rather more expansive, and will, with the angle, that was always going to veer to the right and trip away with the spin. That type of shot always does. So as soon as I saw the fielder running around, I knew it was a full-on chase, so that's the much-needed boundary in the over. He's gone for 6 so far with 1 ball left.
Yeah, it was more uppishly played, got the outside part of the bat to take it all the way for a very welcome boundary.
A full start. Raham Gul Nasiri realising the commentary team weren't quite ready and pulling out the delivery. Well, that's curious footwork from Avishka. There's serious consideration given to the second. Perhaps there was a second there, and then decided just to go for 1. So just 7 off that over. And this pair have only been together 2 or 3 overs. For some reason, they're already taking on more liquids. Umpires don't seem particularly happy. Perhaps this wasn't approved. Yes, it appeared to be being waved off. There's a bit of indignation amongst the umpires about that. Those drinks appearing out of nowhere. So before the standards have been set for the whole tournament, there is no reason to let the standards drop in the final. Usman Khan to bowl his second over. And tough damage limitation, just went for 8 and just gets distracted by something in his run-up. Just all 4 on in the ring on the offside. So anything nudged into the leg side, the bowler has to do his own work. That's what happened there. Usman Khan had to cover about 25 yards to get to that ball. Enough to produce the sweat to be able to put on the ball. Of course, saliva not allowed on the ball anymore. Slower ball. Well played.
Yes, into the gap for a single. So at this point of the game, rotation of strike is very important. And it seems like both these batsmen are doing it pretty well at the moment.
And we've had 2 singles in the over, but that breaks the shackles somewhat because it's been carved just backward to square through the offside, despite the 4 fielders in the ring. Pierces them, and no chance of the sweep again through to that one. Six runs conceded at the halfway point of this over. And that's Yorker length almost. Can you really get the toe of the button? Times it actually quite well, but straight to the captain at extra cover. slightly short of length, but straight. So, direct hit, it'd even easily been out of Ishkud given that one up. But the throw was well justified, but it does produce an overthrow. And 2 runs resulting. So 8 off this over so far, which is what Uzbekistan conceded in his first. And once again, driven full ball to the captain. And that is the end of the 9th over. Score on 81 for 3, exactly 9 per over scored. Maximum of 1 over remaining till the drinks break. Usman Khan has gone for 8 runs off each of his 2 overs. Again, he feels just in a holding stage. Romania looking to stave off a disaster. Trying to keep themselves at 3 down for as long as possible. So, straight ball around about off stump from Rahim Gul Naseri. Loops more in the end of full toss, but can't do too much with it other than tuck it to Rahmatullah Mangal with his easily recognisable footwear on the straight mid-wicket boundary. This over going well for the French, looking to get to the halfway point. We're looking to get there without any more boundaries scored. And again, this is really good line and length. Just tossing it up slightly. That indecisive length. Avishka decides to go forward, but not with any great conviction, and certainly not with the ability to get the ball into any of the gaps. This time he's down the pitch. Again, it's missed time. There's talk of 2, but I don't think that's a good idea. Rahmatullah Mangal's already returned the ball. So only 2 runs off 5 balls in this over. And 1 ball left before drinks. So France with 1 ball left of the first half. Romania have got exactly half the France score, and that is the way it will remain. So the match very evenly poised as we go to this drinks break. 83 scored in the first half, 84 required in the second half. 3 wickets is probably the key factor in this, in that although they lost 3 in the power play, they have lost no more, getting to the halfway point at 10 overs. Saini and Avishka doing the rebuilding job. We'll be back in a matter of moments to bring you the last chapter of this ECA European Cup. Please join us in a few moments. Just getting fielded into place for the second half of this innings. Final innings of 26 that we've had here at the Moara Vlasiei Cricket Club since Saturday morning. It all comes down to these 10 overs. Absolutely nothing decided yet in terms of the Cup champions. My name's Andrew Elliott, bringing you coverage of this final as just goes back. There is some confusion and there will be an overthrow. Moara Vlasiei Cricket Club has staged all 13 of these matches as 30 partnership is registered between these two. We're about 3/4 of an hour from Bucharest in Romania. As mentioned before, my name's Andrew Elliott and I've had the pleasure all day today of being in the company of Asif Mahmoud Shojol, who will take you through the next few overs.
Thank you, Andrew. And it has been a pleasure for me also. And by the time we speak, a single was taken by Vasu. It was a back of lane delivery, cut away nicely towards the deep backward point fielder for a comfortable looking single. Kamran Ahmad Zai is coming on to bowl, hit on the pads. Tried to go behind square, but only managed to get it on his body, resulting a dot ball. The required run rate is 8.63 at the moment. Not a big ask when you have 7 wickets in hand and still 9.3 overs to go. Once again, try to go over, long off in the process. Missed the ball and went straight to the keeper, resulting another dot ball. Avishka Hiroshani is batting on 21 from 20. On the other hand, Vasu Saini is on 19 of the 14 deliveries that he faced.
And once again, you just see evidence. We've spoken about the run-up of Kamran Ahmad Zai, and the action he gets with the shoulders just beats the bat for lift, really. Avishka's furious with himself for not getting anything on that, but I think the ball was passed before he played the shot.
Yes, indeed, you're right. Last ball of the over coming up. And it will be 4 dots on a row. And the 11th is finished. Romania are on 85 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, really important first over that from Kamran Ahmadzai. Valuable cog in this bowling attack for France, and maybe that over's just tipped matters in the favour of France, or has put it evens. I would have certainly put Romania ahead at drinks, but just goes to show in the short format. But 1 over for 2 runs, and yeah, I'd say it's about even Stevens at the moment. Going to see Nasiri, Jamshid Nasiri bowl now from the Forest End. He's got the Romania captain Vasu Saini on strike, just surveying the field, which at the moment is changing all the time as Jamshid Nasiri gets it just the way he wants. They are ready to restart.
Comes into ball. Cut away, but not too much convincingly. Got the inside part of the bat. Went straight to the opposition captain for a single. Sorry, for a dot. Beg your pardon. And this time it will be a single. A more convincing timing in that occasion to send the ball towards the deep extra cover fielder. Chance of a run out, but a clean pickup would have made things a bit more spicy.
Yeah, it's a dangerous period as far as Romania are concerned. Once you get into the second half, 20 over innings, if you have a few overs that go for 2 or 3 runs each, you suddenly find that run rate required going up sharply.
And again, it went straight into the hands of Usman Khan at point.
Those have been a great 10 overs since drinks for France.
This time it's pushed into the gap, thinking of a second, and taking a chance on the arm of Rahmatullah Mangal. In the end, made it quite comfortably for a couple of runs.
Yeah, so once the 2 seems almost a relief, considering the paucity of runs that have come since drinks. Vlasiei to face up to the last ball of the over.
And lofts towards long on, and well fielded by Numan Amjad at the long on boundary to finish off the over. After 12, Romania are on 90 for 3.
So as you can see, the value of those 2 overs, the run rate required around about 8.5 at drinks. In fact, it was 8.4, and in the space of 2 overs, that's pushed up to nearly 10. I think we're going to get no change of bowler at this end. Slightly duped by the fact that France captain Dawood Ahmadzai isn't wearing headgear other than his sunglasses, which seem ever present along with his blue sun protection. But it will be Kamran Ahmadzai to bowl the 13th over, and it's just approaching the melting pot stage of this match. Possible to pick a winner at the moment.
Vasu Saini against Kamran Ahmadzai, nudged away towards the deep third man fielder for another single. But at this point, singles are not going to hurt France.
No, but if you can get 5 singles and an over and a boundary, then you are very close to the run rate required, if not over, if you get a boundary 6.
And hit straight to the hands of the captain, Dawood Ahmadzai.
And that's the problem when the run rate required gets into this territory. There's the dot, and you almost feel that you probably now need 2 boundaries in this over, even after 2 balls. It's unlikely you're going to pick up 2s on a regular basis.
Coming up for the 3rd delivery of this over. And a swing and a miss. So 2 dots in this over.
Yeah, that wasn't a pretty shot from Avishka. Completely lost his shape and balance, and ended up being a wild hack at the ball.
Coming in for the 4th time in this over. Driven powerfully, but there is a fielder present at the long off boundary, but good aggressive running between the wicket to add couple of runs into the scoreboard.
Yeah, but a boundary is now becoming essential in this over. The run rate required has crept above 10 for the first time.
And what a shot! What a shot from Avishka Hiroshani. He was under pressure. They needed a boundary, and he rises to the occasion this time.
Yeah, it was difficult to see where the boundary was coming from. There was no timing It's ever since the drinks break, they've barely been able to get it off the square. And out of nowhere, Vishka suddenly gets one out of the screws, and that cleared the boundary by probably about 30 yards up onto the top edge of the banking, top of the tarpaulin.
But we are coming to the last possible deliveries of this over. And again, it's into the gap. It's running towards the boundary, and it will be a boundary. A lovely finish of the over. And 100 comes up for Romania after 13. Romania are on 103 for 3.
And against all the odds, after 4 balls, that ends up being Romania's over. Just dots, 1s and 2s. There was 3 runs scored out of 4 balls, ends up 13. So these short formats, it just takes 1 over like that to start swinging things in the favour of Romania again. I wouldn't dare to say they're favourites, but they've got themselves back in the game in just the space of 2 balls with a 4 and a 6.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a very interesting finish in the finals of the men's ECA European Cup 2026, sponsored by IT Team, Dreamcatchers, Eurovision Sports and Primaria Moara Vlasiei.
The return of Noman Amjad, conceded just 7 runs in his only over this innings. That would be acceptable to France if he could repeat that. 7 overs left. After 13 matches, 26th innings of the tournament. Comes down to these 42 balls and 63 runs. 64 to win, 63 for a super over. I'll just get that early call in. Haven't got anywhere near having a super over this week, so why not in the final?
Well, you never know. We're looking for entertainments. So that brings up Noman Amjad back into the attack from the forest end. Bowled a decent first over. And placed into the gap, thinking of a second, and will reach there quite comfortably. Good running from the Romanian batsman. And the 50 partnership comes up between these two. 51 of 44.
Yep, absolutely vital partnership. Nearly doubled their team's score while they've been together. Very much second favourites when they joined each other at the crease.
Driven straight to the fielder is Dawood Ahmadzai, and no run in this occasion. Coming up for the third possible delivery in this over. Into the block hole. A fumble from the bowler allows the batsman to cross their ends for another single. So far 3 runs from this over. And that brings up Abhishek Roshan back onto the strike, who was batting on 34 of 28. And on the other side, his non-striker Vasu Saini is on 27 of 23. Coming up for the 4th time in this over is Noman Amjad. Shot towards the offside for a single. Four runs came from the 4 deliveries in this over. They need a boundary in every over if they want to secure the win. Inside edge, running towards the boundary, and it will be a welcome boundary in this over. And once again, it's Avishka. I beg your pardon, it's Vlasiei this time.
I know why, because that's I was uncharacteristically inelegant from Vlasiei. He will not be proud of the shape that the shot took, but he will not care one jot at the moment. The most important thing to him will be that it's sped away for 4, as captain this Romania side's got them keeping in touch with this target. That run rate required is not running away from them just yet, with 1 ball left to the 14th.
Tries to go aerial this time. Tries to go down the leg side, but a dot to finish off the over. And Romania after 14. 1-1-1 after the loss of 3 wickets.
It is definitely on. I don't think we're going to be getting an early finish in this one. So Vlasiei just starting to get going. These two are both going better than a run of ball, but they need to, because that run rate still 9 1/3 per over to be maintained over the course of 6 overs. It's no mean feat. So the return of Usman Khan to the attack. Mr. Consistent in terms of going for 8 runs off each of his first 2 overs. See what this over has in store for him.
Tries to go for a single, but good fielding of his own bowling from Usman Khan. He's coming in to bowl the second delivery of this over. And this one is launched. And it's falling over the pavilion for a maximum.
Yeah, slower ball from Usman Khan, and Avishka Iroshan picked it and timed it exquisitely. Could tell from the moment that left the bat that was going to go to the boundary.
And it seems like they're not going anywhere without putting up a fight. And it's going to be a very close finish in this match. Still, you can't say, or you cannot pick any winner in this match. So far, it's going neck and neck in the grand finale. And tries to go over the long off. But again,
he looked like he was trying to get there before Vaibhav Suryavanshi. He looked like he was looking to be the first person to clear the lake here at the Moara Vlasiei ground. Get there before the young upstart comes here in future years.
Thickish outside edge, running towards the boundary. And again, it will be a boundary. What an innings is being played by Avishka Iroshani. He moves on to 45 of 33.
And the key here is they've already got 10 runs off the over, 2 balls remaining. So these 2 very important balls for both sides. They've already won the over, and unless they lose a wicket, can they get some bonus runs off these last 2 balls?
Well, from the Romanian point of view, they would love to. But if a wicket falls, definitely this over is going to be France's way. But driven nicely, a low full toss onto the stumps, driven for a single.
And I think you can see the approach to that ball, even though it was a full toss. Avishka Iroshan thinking possibly along the lines we were talking about. Yeah, we've won this over, let's consolidate. Don't lose it after you've won it.
Definitely. Once again, cut away. But there will be a fielder cutting it off, and Vlasiei will keep the strike. And after 15, Romania are on 123 for 3.
Yes, just edging favourites, I would think, at the moment. Romania got themselves in this position now, having lost those 3 wickets in the power play. The key here is that after 15 overs, they're still only 3 wickets down, and that really does give them licence to try and close out this match, knowing that they've got batting to come. Risk management, and the European Cup is within their sights. Of course, France will point to the fact that that run rate required 8.8 is not a breeze by any stretch of the imagination. There's a fair bit of discussion. It looks like the captain himself is going to come on to bowl a 3rd spell, being the fact that it'll be his 3rd over. Went for 20 off his 1st over and 13 off his 2nd. He'll be hoping that the script has got something else in store for him. There you can see the equation, 8.2 the current run rate, 8.8 required. Say, advantage with Romania because of that wicket column. So, goes for something fancy. Not sure what that made contact with, but it just ran down to short 3rd. So a dot ball to start with for Dawood Ahmadzai. And that's Fuller and driven past the infield. They are going for 2. Ball will go to the bowler's end. Fumbled by Dawood Ahmadzai, and 2 comfortably taken, so scoring opened up for this over. The counter's up and running. Romania captain Vlasiei gets a full toss and hits it away powerfully. Sweeper coming round, can't get there. So many have got away on that side of the ground this week. It is the longer boundary, but it also appears to be the quicker one.
Yes, indeed. It was a low full toss outside the off stump, and Vlasiei's eyes lit up, and he powerfully just placed the ball into the gap between the sweeper cover and the extra cover. Dawood Ahmadzai, and again pushed towards the extra cover fielder for another comfortable single.
Yeah, once again, Saini consolidates the boundary by taking a single off the next ball. Experienced cricketer, now in his late 30s. And I'm surprised he didn't try a single there. So I've done Vlasiei a disservice. He's 36. Will be 37 in just over a month's time. Goes for the reverse. Is hit high up on the pad. Don't quite know what's happened here with the... Dawood Ahmadzai seemed so convinced that that was out that he was off celebrating. In fact, he was just entering the Imran Tahir part of the outfield in celebration before realising that it wasn't to be. Too high, in my opinion. He was probably encouraged by the reverse and has maybe experienced batsman being given out on the shot, but I couldn't see that hitting the stumps. It was too high up. And it doesn't matter what shot is played, the ball is still required to have, in the opinion of the umpire, would have gone on and hit the stumps. No, couldn't see that happening with that ball. He looks quite indignant as he takes his short strides back to his new fielding position. Another man in this tournament, no great height. But, he's decided to call on someone who has got some height. That's Rahmatullah Mangal. It's time to return to his opening bowler. He of the disco wheels. So still a good over from considering what had gone before for the France skipper. He's managed to get that run rate required up to 9 1/4. We enter the last 4 overs of this week-long European Cup. We started Saturday morning, going into Thursday afternoon, approaching Thursday evening even. Rahmatullah's ready and bowls, and that is nicely timed, but picks out the backward point. Saini will be fairly just missed out on that one.
Yes, it was there for the takings, just needed some placement, but this time Vlasiei hit straight to Christian Roberts, fielding at the backward point.
Fuller, and goes for the drive, lofted drive. It's over the captain at extra cover and runs away for 4. Yes, I mean, he could have done with a taller man there, but I don't think what height. It wouldn't have mattered what height he'd been. That was always getting over the infield and running away for a boundary. So vital boundary early in the over once again from Vlasiei. What he's managing really well is getting a boundary in early, and then it means you can look for 1s and 2s for the rest of the over and stay up with the required run rate. Doesn't time that one as well. Just a single down to long on.
And the bowler fell off his feet. Maybe the rubber grips are not working at the moment of his disco boots.
Well, I did refer to them as disco wheels. I didn't mean to be quite so literal. The way he slipped there, it's almost like they were wheels, little wheels on the bottom of them. He's approaching the crease. And that is out. Avishka Iroshan goes for a pull shot on a ball which is far too full for the shot. I mentioned earlier, they'd already achieved the boundary in the over. Just needed to knock it around for the rest of the over, in my opinion, but he's gone for the second boundary in the over. He's gambled, and the gamble's failed.
Well, it was... I don't know what was going in his mind. Because as you can see in the replay, a wild swing at it. No position to hit the ball. Just swung the bat at it and paid the price.
You can see the arc of the bat went well over the top of the ball. He really wasn't that close to hitting the ball at all. And paid the price. And what it's meant is that he's passed the responsibility onto someone else, and that person for now will be Mohamed Aryan. And now the issue, looking pretty earlier in the over for Romanian point of view, is that he's fresh to the crease, and they've only scored 5 runs off 4 balls in the over. So he'll need to get going straight away.
Yes, indeed, as the required run rate is over 9. 9.60 at the moment. They need a boundary in this over. 2 balls left, and it will be Aryan on strike, the new batsman.
They'll be fine for a couple of 2s, but there haven't been that many 2s in this match. It does get bat on ball first ball, so does the first part of his job, which is to keep the scoreboard rotating. 6 of 5 now in this over. It brings Vlasiei back on strike. Would you be looking for a single to be on strike at the start of the next over, or just take the boundary if it comes?
Well, I'll take the boundary if it's come, because you never know if you're getting any bad balls on the next over. So I will take ball by ball.
Well, he could get a boundary off a good ball. That's the point. Does he gamble on the good ball, or does he just play prudent and take a single? Well, he has gone prudent, and he's taken a single to backward point, so he has probably showed a bit of discretion. And so the over goes for 7, but more crucially, Avishka Iroshan has now gone just short of his 50, and exactly 30 runs required off the last 3 overs of this European Cup final.
And the required run rate is just 10 and over, which is not an impossible task or difficult task in this ground. But against this French bowling lineup, it's going to be tested.
No, it's by no means out of reach. Very much within reach. At 4 wickets down, I still have Romania as favourites, because they can take that many more risks. If they were 7 or 8 down, they need to go at 10 and over the last 3 overs, then I wouldn't be rating their chances. But at 4 down, I feel that this is Romania's match to lose, and that their experience should come home to roost in these last 3 overs, and they should be able to take this title, but emphasis on the word should. This pressure does strange things. Just looking at the outfields, we've got a long on and a long off. Got a deep backward point third, and a long leg, more of a deep backward square leg perhaps. Noman Amjad in for his 3rd over. And that's slashed away. And the thing is, he tempted the fielder with the possibility of a catch, and having committed himself, realised he couldn't get there for the catch, and then the awkward bounce meant he couldn't prevent the boundary either. So a crucial start to this anti-penultimate over.
Yes, indeed, he tries to go for the catch, but in the end, he couldn't manage to get the hold of it, and it was Rahim Gul Nasiri at deep backward point.
Will be of little consequence to Vlasiei right now, but he is 1 short of his 50, and he's just got an issue with his lace. So, just going to get brief stoppage while he corrects his wardrobe malfunction. This is Vlasiei's 71st 2020 international, and he won't have played many innings more important than this one. Scored just 1 in the semi-final this morning. And now he's got the other 49 runs for 50 in the day. But in terms of this match, you have to wait another ball. That's a good ball. Noman Amjad really got that through. Vlasiei defeated by the bounce.
Yes, indeed, and looks like the opposition captain is not happy after Vlasiei was tying his shoes. So Noman Amjad bowls golden dot deliveries. Dot is like gold dust at the moment.
Fuller, and just for a moment Vlasiei lost his composure there. That, again, not his usual elegant self. Lost shape, had a wild swing at the ball. They don't need to score at 20 per over, they need to score at 10. And that shot is more indicative of someone requiring 20 per over, or at least 3 per ball. Things are not at that level of desperation. Shorter, gets struck on the shoulder, I think. One leg bite, just obscured from the umpire's view.
Good pace on delivery from Noman Amjad, showing the aggression to the batsman.
And good length in that hit him on the shoulder, so he's still got entitled to bouncer over shoulder height in the over. He hasn't used up his allowance, so just the right length, and he gets Mohamed Arian on strike. That's nicely played between the two fielders in the ring. Picks up the single. In fact, there's a inexplicable fumble which allows them through for a second. Don't know how much of the French. A lot of conversation, not all of it for family broadcasting, but actually Ultimate mostly is very supportive of each other. They realise that this match is firmly in the balance. 7 off this over so far, and that's how it's going to remain. So that's really good over from No Man Amjad in the context of this run chase. He's gone for just 21 off 3 overs, and it is now 23 required off the last 2.
Yes, indeed, it was a very good over from Noman Amjad, and 23 needed from 12 legal deliveries. So it's still even Stevens at the moment. 1 or 2 boundary can change the whole scenario of this match.
And it's going to be Usman Khan to bowl the penultimate over of this match. A correction, it's actually Kamran Ahmadzai. So he won't get through his full allocations. He's only bowled 2 so far, but again, in context of this run chase, those figures of 15 off 2 are looking good. And that's nicely struck, but long on Rahmatullah Mangal is equal to the task of restricting that to a single. So a good start for France to this over. Long off Usman Khan. And that will be a wide. Didn't need the TV monitor for that one.
A bonus run for Romania. And we can see in the graphics Vlasiei has reached his 50.
Yes, apologies for missing that off the previous ball. To the wide. And this is skied. And I think, well, that is a brilliant catch by the France captain. And you can see the frustration coming out of him. Dawood Ahmadzai looked for all the world like it was going to land between 2 fielders. But he ran back. And I'm not sure that graphic's correct. Showed actually the graphics for Vlasiei's 50, but it is actually Mohamed Arian who is dismissed. There you go, 50 off 39 balls with 5 fours and a 6. Slightly confusing time to bring that graphic up. So apologies for that. Graphics are a work in progress, but not just a wicket, but a crucial dot ball, and the chance to bring Ramiz Khan to the crease. Hasn't had a lot of batting in this European Cup. He comes in with his side needing 21 off 10 balls, so it's now crept above 12 runs per over required for the first time.
And what do you say about the catch? I'm changing my decision. Catch of the tournament for me.
Yeah, I mean that one, the one at floating slip was the correct marker, but that's just been superseded by that catch. I couldn't see any other result but it dropping between the two fielders. That, though, in terms of a first ball in a final, with the match in the situation that it's in, to swing your first ball when you haven't had a lot of batting in the cup, not just for 6, but up into the lunch area, the canteen, I would say the refreshment area, and that is one heck of an entrance to the crease for Ramiz Khan. Could argue that Cameron Ahmadzai got his length slightly wrong. It was a half volley, but emphatically dealt with. That's not timed quite so well. Bottom half of the bat, and one single is the sensible decision. And once again, possibly we don't quite need them. Vlasiei's stats was 50. I will just say for completeness that was his 7th 2020 International 50 in his 71st match in the format. So well done to him, but more important things to come. Short, punched, it's that man again. He's just taken the catch of the tournament. They risk the second and in the end get home easily. And now you get to the stage where 2s are very important, because they just keep you in the game with, they just need just under 2 per ball now. 12 off 7. What they would do now to have it single figures required in the last over.
Going for a boundary.
And by dint of that, France will be thinking double figures off the last over. Which was it going to be? Short, missed, and thoughts of taking a bye to the keeper. It is a dot ball. Vlasiei looks apoplectic that he didn't get the wide ball signal, but isn't that just human nature? So I would say that dot ball just about puts France favourites for this match. It is 2 runs per ball going into the last over. So
a very interesting final over of the grand finale of the ECA Men's European Cup 2026, powered by IT teams Primaria, Moara, Vlasiei, Dreamcatcher and Eurovision. It's going to be a very interesting last over. I'm going for a super over.
It was mentioned very early, wasn't it? Because we haven't had a match like this in the entire tournament that's gone down, and you can't pick a winner. No man Amjad, who's bowled superbly so far. He's the man saddled with the task of getting his team over the line. And the first ball is a dot. Big swing. It's already been shown how far Ramiz Khan can hit the ball. He just played that with the first ball he faced. Unfortunately, he's only got 1 off the next 2 deliveries, and that's a long way short of the strike rate required from here on in. Noman Amjad now going at under 7 runs per over. He could well be the man who takes France to this title. Short, but powered away. Too short. Allowed Ramiz Khan to swing through the line of the ball and hit it over deep mid-wicket, up onto the banks. For 6, this match takes a turn once again.
Well, absolutely brilliant shot from Ramiz Khan. What a shot under pressure. 12 needed of 5, and what a way to hit a maximum. Lovely shot from Ramiz Khan.
6 runs required, 4 balls. Just trying to settle the field. They've got, well, I say they've got a man where that ball went, but he'd need to be about 15 feet tall. They have got a man at mid-wicket for the miss-hit. Wide, long on, long off. Deep backward point and a third. Fuller. And they go for the bye, and That is a run out, a crucial run out. Really good underarm from the keeper. They gambled on missing, tried to take the bye through on the miss, but Vlasiei was short. And not only is that a wicket, but of course it's a dot ball, meaning we're back to 2 runs per ball, 6 off 3. See this again, it's actually just inside the wide guidelines, and even though he had the gloves on, presence of mind to get rid of the ball, and he was on the mark with the throw. Must practice that a lot. And no pressure, Tarindu Sanduwaran, no pressure at all. Fortunately, you've got to get your nation from coal to the crease. You've got to somehow be out there for 6 runs of 3 balls to claim this European Cup. Favourites swing back to France once again. Shujul can barely watch. My colleague, and that's a good length, just cramping length short. Probably a good result for Romania. Gets Ramiz Khan back on strike.
I think Ramiz is thinking the same way I'm thinking. 2 balls, try to connect 1, and the match is finished.
Yeah, got to, you would think, get a minimum of 2 off this ball. Don't think it's fair on Tarindu to expect him to hit a boundary off the last ball, and he's only just come to the crease, batting at number 8. It all comes down to this. Full and brilliantly bowled. Brilliantly bowled. Yorker length, he just could not get underneath it, and jammed it into the ground with the toe of his bat. And what price now? A super over. 5 to win off the last ball. A 4 takes us through to that super over. Shujul, my colleague, can barely watch. Pretty much the same field as I described a couple of balls ago. No one's looking to save the single for obvious reasons. Noman Amjad looking to win this match and the title for France in this ball. Comes steaming in over the wicket, short, and it's up in the air. It's ready, and it's caught. That is the title for France. The subs come on, and Shujul, he's walked away, my colleague. It was skied, not the contact required, and it was a case of the fielder at deep mid-wicket coming in 10 yards and completing the catch. So, a European Cup that has given us so much other than close finishes. What would you believe it? In the final, it goes down to the last ball of 240 in the match, and there you can see the catch which completes it. I think certain hope, a couple of people around the ground saw the sunglasses go to the ground and hoped that it was the match ball, but it wasn't. So, victory by a margin of 4 runs for France against the hosts, Romania, in this tournament. What a fantastic finish. The France management team are out there to congratulate their team, who will now start to make their way off. And big hugs going all round. It is the disco wheels of Rahmatullah Mangal who starts the hugs, but he then ushers his captain to lead them off. Dawood Ahmadzai shakes hands with Vlasiei, and there's a hug there as well. It's all very cordial as they walk off, as you can see on your screen, and that's great to see. Tensions have run very high in this tournament, and for it to come down to the last ball is a great result for the organisers and everybody involved in this tournament, whether playing, officiating, administrating or simply watching. Let's not forget the coaches as well. They've had a tough week, hard work. Any moment now. I'm hoping to get the thoughts of my colleague Shojul. He looks absolutely dismayed. I'm going to tempt him back into the commentary area. He's been pacing up and down for the last 3 or 4 minutes. I'm just going to repeat what I said, Shojul. If you can bring yourself to speak. After all those matches, it came down to one ball, and a boundary would either have taken it to a super over or it would have taken it to a victory for Romania. Unfortunately, it was about 10 yards short of where it needed to be, and a nerveless catch by the deep mid-wicket. Your thoughts on that as a final to bring the competition to a close?
Well, at the end, this is cricket for you. And we have seen a very interesting match. And this is cricket. You know, cricket teach you so many things. And this is one of them, that you need to keep in believe in yourself. So as we have seen that, it's Ramatullah Mangal, the man of the match in the grand finale. So as I was speaking, cricket teaches you so many things. And this match tells you that it's not over until it's over. At certain point, there was Romania was dominating the match, but in the end, France have made a very good comeback. So it is what it is. It's
a spectacle, and to save easily the best match of the tournament for the final is great. It was a bit of a melting pot coming, and in that second innings, our thoughts of who had their noses ahead in the game changed so many times. Even probably changed 3 or 4 times in the last over. You can't ask for much more than that. But it remains for me to congratulate the French team. There can only be one champion in these tournaments. We started with 5 nations, and it came down to France in the end. Romania, very, very worthy runners-up. They came from a couple of early defeats to defeat Austria, who were the early front-runners and the highest-ranked team in the tournament, to send them packing in the semi-final, and all set it up for that wonderful final that we've just seen. I'm certainly grateful for seeing it. We've got a bit of preparation to do because we've got various presentations that we need to get set up. So for now, I'm going to ask you to keep tuned. We've got various events coming up for you on screen, but from my colleague Asif Mahmoud Shojul and from me, Andrew Elliott, we want to thank you for watching so far, and please stay tuned for the presentation ceremony. We are ready for the presentation ceremony for this European Cup. And as a customary on these occasions, we are going to start by thanking our sponsors with a couple of small awards along the way. So to the European Cricket Association, the primary organisers, to Dream Crack Catchers on the streaming, for Daffabet also, Eurovision, Sportsbox, IT Teams Romania, Fireflies, and for the grounds here, we would like to very much, for the splendid facilities we've seen, the outfield, the beautiful green we've got everywhere, the skills of the company of AgroSud, for whom we would like Nelu to receive an award on behalf of them, and for Horia. Many of us have needed somewhere to stay during this tournament, and the main hotel partners have been Ibis Otopeni and the National Complex at Nicolae Navasar. We would be nowhere if it wasn't for the production team of Aliat Media. We wouldn't have got here if it hadn't been for Maritrans, and we've also got a small token of appreciation for Viroel for his driving this week. These are long days and we all get hungry, so I'm sure we're grateful for the contribution of Euroasia for all the delicious food that we've been having all week. On the tech side, K3 Sol. Thankfully there have been no serious injuries this week, but we've all been reassured by the presence of Lucramed on site, and for all our safety, we've had Aquile Security. So I'd like you to join together and thank, in a round of applause, all our sponsors. Now let's come to the cricket, because that's where we all came here. First of all, these tournaments wouldn't be possible without the officials, and they have each got a token of appreciation from the ECA, so I would like in this order to come forward individually. Naveen Reddy has been part of the integrity team. Ali Michan, the scorer. Tournament manager Sukesh Prudvi. On-field umpires, Suleiman Saeed, Asad Ali, and the homeboy, Imran Haider. Another man full of integrity. I'm not sure if he's here, Venkat Gorela. So Naveen will take that on behalf of Venkat. We had two men on commentary with me, one of whom still here, so on behalf of both of them, on behalf of Luca Petri, I would like Asif Mahmoud Shojol to come forward, receive his memento.
Would like to perform something. Can you please hand him over the mic just for 1 second?
महफिल में तेरी हम ना रहे जो गम तो नहीं है, गम तो नहीं है, किससे हमारे नजदीकियों के कम तो नहीं है, कम तो नहीं है। कितनी दफा सुबह को मेरी तेरे आंगन में बैठे मैंने शाम किया चन्ना मेरे आ चन्ना मेरे आ चन्ना मेरे आ बेलिया.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was a surprise.
Last of not least for the officials, I believe he's still here. We've had today, or all week, due to new ICC regulations and because of the very magnitude of this tournament, we've had an ICC anti-corruption officer here all week. He's lying in the shadows, which is what he's been doing most of the week, frankly. So he's been here confiscating your mobiles, making sure there's no dodgy dealings, and generally making sure the competition goes off for the swing. Now, I really hope that I haven't been the victim of a wind-up here, because I'm sure I was given a name for the role for this gentleman who I'm about to ask to come forward, but I'm assured that he goes by the unlikely name of David Spy. David, David, don't go away, please. Can you come over this side? Come and join my side of the fence. Because what we would like you to do, because you've been such an integral part of this whole competition, is present the Spirit of Cricket Award. That goes to the team who we feel made the greatest contribution to this tournament. I'd like the second of those names to come forward and accept the award. But having spoken to all the on-field umpires and people who have been round about the resort and people who have noticed people spending time with important young people around this ground, he's been mentioned many times for his disco wheels and for being Mr. Rolex in this tournament. So with no particular award, we'd just like to give a special mention to Rahmatullah Mangal for his contribution to this appointment. Hey. Come stand here. Rahmatullah, come and stand this side, please. Because we'd like you to accept this award with your captain, who also showed excellent spirit. So if you'd like to share this award on behalf of the entire France team with your captain, Dawood Ahmadzai, please. Thank you, David.
And the multi-talented guy, when we needed as an umpire, he was there. And we needed as a commentator, he was there. He's there all around, and he's none other than our Andrew Elliott. And I would like to request Abdul Shakur, please have. Thank you so much for everything. Thanks for coming. And thank you for guiding Shajol and Luca Petre. Thank you so much.
Right, so we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, as us Brits say. We're coming on to the batting award for the tournament, a mixture of consulting the statistics, consulting impacts on matches, and consulting with the on-field umpires. And the batting award for this European Cup goes to Romania's Taranjit Singh for his 249 runs in 6 innings. Under the same criteria, but to bring it straight to the statistics, with an economy rate throughout the tournament of 5.28 and 9 victims, it is the slow left-arm spin of Mohamed Nazmus Shakib. You'd also be glad to know we have a Most Valuable Player award. Again, this is under the same consultation criteria, but just to give you the bare stats for some idea of why he's ended up with this award. With 10 wickets and 94 runs, it's Irfan Hussein Rinku of Romania. I believe, although neither team is represented here right now, they've done the competition great service. And there are fifth place flags for Israel and fourth place flags for the Turks, I believe. And they're already on their way to the airport. But I understand already received for third place. Congratulations to Austria this week. We're nearly there because we're up to the runners-up award, and I'd like Nico Dobre of the OINA to step forward to present this award, please. OINA, which individual letters are OINA. So OINA. Thank you very much, Nico, for coming up and doing this on our behalf. And the runners-up award, of course, goes to Romania and their captain, Vlasiei. If you'd like to come up one by one, please, with the captain last. So, the runners-up cup goes to the Romania captain, Vlasiei. Now, before we present the big one, the main one, and understand that the president of the European Cricket Association, Gabriel Marin, would like to say a few short words.
Hello. So first of all, it was a great tournament, and we've been lucky to have a wonderful weather. We have wonderful environment, wonderful cricket ground. First of all, I want to thank Cricket Romania for organizing and making all this tournament possible. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it every day of playing cricket, mostly the last game, which is the pinnacle of the tournament, yeah? Was really fighting and emotions almost up to the last ball. So I want to congratulate you all for this. I want just to tell you a few words about ECA, which I'm normally telling you. ECA is the regional body for cricket. It's like Asian Cricket Council or the African Cricket Association. This championship is the inaugural tournament for men for nations. ECA is organizing 4 major tournaments, which you want to know. The most important is this one, the European Championship for Men. We got also, and we'll have in Greece in September, October, European Championship for Women, which your countries will be present as well. And we got also the club champions, which equivalent with Champions League in football. We already got it. I think that some of you participated for that tournament. And of course, we got the under-19 to prepare our future. However, the flagship tournament is this one. And I want to congratulate both finalists and mostly France for the way they resist and they won up to the last ball. Congratulations, congratulations.
Dawood, I'm going to have to ask you to double back to the end of your queue because you're going to have the honour of coming up last. So if you could please get to the back of the queue. And it remains for me, thank you very much, well followed. It remains for me to say, Allez la France, congratulations, France are the European champions. So Dawood, I'm going to ask you just for one more thing, just a quick word if you can come and speak to me. Come and face the camera over there. We spoke at the toss, you spoke of targets, you mentioned 160, you got there, you got 5 runs more, 6 runs more, and by the skin of your teeth it turned out to be just enough. How happy does that make you?
Thank you so much. Yeah, as I mentioned before, the toss, if we score 160 plus, so it's a winning total for us because I know my bowling strength. We have a good bowling strength and we defended very well. And we had a bit advantage against Romania. They played 1 match before us. So we had that advantage and our guys was full charge. That's the reason we were on the game and we won the final.
Well, you say all that. Well done. But ultimately it came down to 1 ball, 5 to win, or 6 to win effectively, 4 for a super over. If you tell me you weren't nervous, I'm not going to believe you. So tell me how you actually felt.
Oh, I think my heart rate, it was reached to 300. It was a kind of a pressure moment. The way they played very well, they hold them nerve in this kind of situation. They were in the momentum, and then we came back to the momentum. We hold our nerve very well. So credit goes to them as well. In the bowling, they showed a very good discipline, especially in the middle. Romania is a very good side, and I'm happy that we won the tournament.
I'm not going to hold you any longer, so I'd like you to accept the cup for being the European Cup champions for 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. In the last, I would like to huge thanks to Cricket Romania for this wonderful tournament, and especially they deserve a respect and thanks to the umpire. Amazing umpiring they did. So thank you so much for your good work, and thanks to our coaching staff as well, the way they work hard with us. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Just before you take that trophy, I'm going to ask you just to step by next to me because we've also got two important awards for your coaches. And now, Dawood, I see no obstacle for you to accept the trophy on behalf of your team.
Andrew, can you announce the trophy? Just a second. You go and Abby, you go from here and give it to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, European Cup winners of 2026, France.